I'd like to call the Charter Township of Chesterfield regular township board meeting to order for Tuesday, August 8th, 2023 at 7 p.m. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, face the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Here.
Treasurer Elliott. Here. Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Joseph.
Here.
Trustee DeMink.
Here.
Trustee Vosberg.
Here.
Clerk Berry is here.
Item 4, approval of agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented? Supervisor Kersten will make a motion. Trustee Joseph, will you support?
Yes.
Clerk Berry?
Supervisor Kersten.
Here. Yes.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 5, presentations. We have 2 presentations scheduled tonight. Item 5A, Clerk Berry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I'm actually going to forego our presentation tonight, and we are going to be doing that in September. We are waiting for confirmation of a couple pieces of information from the Bureau of Elections. We have repeatedly contacted them, however, they have not responded. So instead of giving partial information and confusing people, we would rather wait until we receive confirmation from the Bureau of Elections to make sure that what we're giving you is the most current information. I can tell you that the Election Commission met and made various changes that we are again running through the Bureau of Elections, but they were unanimous decisions to change precinct boundaries as well as the number of registered voters per precinct as well as precinct locations. Once the map has been confirmed and verified, then we will bring that information to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 5B, presentation from Hubbell, Roth, and Clark. Mr. Burton, this is in regards to the Township Water Storage Feasibility Study. The floor is yours.
Okay. Evening, board members and public. My name is Jamie Burton with Hubbell, Roth, and Clark. I'm going to go through a brief presentation, then answer any questions related to the water storage feasibility study authorized by this board a little while ago. So let's make sure this works. There we go. The intent, the scope of work was to undertake a feasibility study for the construction or the analysis for the construction of a new water storage facility, a water tank. At the time, it was not specified whether that needed to be elevated, like a golf ball on a tee looking thing, or a ground storage tank. We've since kind of ruled out the elevated tank. With the goals, 2 stated goals. Number 1 was to reduce the Great Lakes Water Authority's revenue requirements of the township, meaning how much money we pay to Detroit, the Great Lakes Water Authority, and ultimately, how would it and can it improve the water service in the community? I'm going to talk a little bit about what might have happened had this water tower been in place a couple weeks ago when the water was out for a little while. So it's really a cost and service benefit analysis. It's not the final step. If the township were to want to move forward with this, there would be additional analysis that needed to be done. But this is that initial first step into considering water storage. So just a quick slide, a little bit of to kind of set the table a little bit. The township provided a location of the tower, and then we went to your actual flow data through 2021. We got some 2021-22 data that we included, but generally looked at all of your flow data. When Great Lakes Water reviews the performance of the township, they are looking for your annual volumes, what you use on an average day, just day to day, your max day, which is essentially the day you, in 24 hours, midnight to midnight, you draw the most amount of water. Actually, what they're looking for is the day they provide the most amount of water and how you are impacting their system, what's the value to the system. And then on that day, what's the worst hour of draw. So those are kind of average day, max day, peak hour are the kind of the big factors that you hear. Chesterfield just renegotiated these values with Great Lakes Water, and you're currently operating through 2026 at a max day of just over 8 million gallons. So essentially, the property owners, businesses, homeowners, township, other services in the community pulls 8 million gallons is on your highest day. And the equivalent would be over 12 million gallons on the worst hour of that day. And I'll show you some charts in a minute. And then we went to them and said, what would happen if? And we gave them a bunch of scenarios to do that, and we ran it through various materials. So how do we come up with this additional study? We take those flows and we create curves, which we're going to show you in a moment, and compare that to the potential contract amounts. Water storage does not, unless it's an emergency situation, does not have a lot of, or any effect on your average day, the middle of winter, normal times. Where it has the most amount of effect is taking that peak hour down, right? It kind of rides on the demand of the system, and then it has the most benefit to reduce that peak hour. In this community, it'd be very hard to do impacts to the max day as well. I mean, you'd need a really big tower to make that work and be able to fill it and drain it in the same day. So we did some analyses, and typically what you'd run through, which we follow APWA, AWWA, 10 state standards. These are all very regional, Midwest regional and local guidance documents on how to make, go through this analysis. And just simply on the surface, you get about a 500,000 gallon tank. But that is, you would never build something that was so perfectly refined to meet that, because there's always higher demands. These are averages, and one misstep and then you're back in trouble. And they do make them, but generally the impact is not that great. A 1 million gallon tank is about the smallest you would ever want to build. But you have to have some buffer in there, because you do not drain these entirely. You drain these down, and then you always have a buffer at the end, and you also have the ability then to provide that water in a complete emergency or firefighting purpose. So based on the initial analysis, we're recommending a 1.5 million gallon tank. So the curves here kind of show about 5 years of data, and I'll use the laser pointer here. So typical of most bedroom communities, in the morning you peak, in the afternoon you kind of drop, then you peak again dinner time. This is a very common demand curve that you see across most of our communities. So you are paying for water to Great Lakes based essentially on this peak, not so much this peak because this covers it, but you're paying on this total amount of water used, which is the area, kind of the volume underneath these lines, are the factors that go into what you pay Detroit. This orange line is essentially that max day equivalent put into an hourly form. So if you think about this, you fill your tank at night, so you can use this extra capacity in your system here to fill the tank at night, use it to reduce this peak down to the line. You can fill it a little bit more in the afternoon if needed, and then you basically take the night peak off and go back down to this line. That's how typical storage tanks work. You fill when you have capacity, you use it when you don't. Think of it like as a restrictor or a governor, a different source. You just control your system to make sure that that flow evens out over time. That's what gives you the value. So when you apply all that information and you work your way through this, if you were to build this storage tank, you would save over $1 million in today's rates paid to the Great Lakes Water. Okay? I want to repeat that. You would save $1 million by becoming a max day customer. That's a 1.5 million gallon tank. The estimated cost is around $7.4 million. And then you start to add in the fact that you have energy, electric. You have, over 20 years, you are either going to repaint this or you're going to do repairs, replace the roof. So we took 20 years of costs, amortized them over the 20 years, including adding another staff person to make sure to operate this, to make sure the tank is flowing. It does take time. We've added in $273,000 per year in O&M cost. When you apply that all out, including principal, interest, and O&M costs, it's about a 25-year payout. In our report, we talk a lot about what's happening with Great Lakes water. 15 years ago, the methodology to determine that $1 million savings that I just mentioned was materially different than it is today. So my biggest caveat I make is the 25 years, that $1 million is under pressure for change. They're talking about bringing people's rates closer together. They're talking about a lot of different things that would make that projection be about the maximum amount of savings. We know of nothing that they're talking about that would make storage actually go the other direction and make that shorter, except for operational issues, if they could have access to it in this case of their water main going down. Or if more people had storage, you could move water around the system, but that would become a system benefit, not necessarily a Chesterfield Township benefit. So my big caveat is this is on the information we know today, but that rate model that just takes all of Detroit's costs, Great Lakes Water's costs, and allocates them to all the communities to get to 100% of those costs. The way they do that has been talked about and changed so many times over the years, and they're constantly pushing that to make those more consistent and more fixed in nature. So what that leads you to believe is that $1 million is probably about the maximum you're going to get. Okay, so I just want to be clear about that. In our estimate, I wanted to show a few to have these, and I'll have these available for the public and/or in our report. I'm not going to go through these in details, but this just highlights the $7+ million and the $273,000 per year spread out. So this is things like repainting, replacement of exteriors, once or twice within that 20-year period. Various things that have to happen to have this tank that you cannot ignore when you're doing the financials. Now, that's not all tanks do, though. This is not and cannot be considered just a financial, doesn't make sense to save money. Water storage tanks provide a number of benefits. And I'm making this presentation week after I understand. I'm in Rochester. We were on the same main that you guys were. We were under boil water for a few days, lost pressure for the day. So now here I am talking storage a couple weeks later. So a couple benefits that I want to talk about. First is, as you continue to grow and develop to the north of the township, those undeveloped areas the DPW engineering have done a great job. They've got water mains distributed or future mains planned to really move the water around. But with a storage tank towards the north end, and it happens to be situated pretty good amongst your service nodes between two of your zones, so it's in a pretty good spot. That could also be of good benefit for development, more on a flow stabilization benefit, right? So if depending at the peaks and the rise, and you're in your upper level of your home, you turn on the shower in the morning, the pressure is down because irrigation. The tank would really help stabilize a lot of that, and it could be of operational benefit. If you were to lose water, like you did a few days ago, there's a few things that happen that storage provides. Number one is if you did nothing, you lost complete water pressure, the blackout. Detroit's main goes completely down. You have about a half a day's worth of water, 4 to 6 hours of water available to your community. You will see pressure start to drop at the outer edges of the community, and they work their way back in. But you have some amount of where you could tell everybody fill up your tub, everybody do what you need, turn off your sprinkler. You could do certain things to provide a benefit to your community longer than other communities. If you were able to immediately tell everybody minimum and only water usage necessary, sustainability, right? Turn off your lawn sprinklers, turn off your laundry, just living water, you could do about 10 days, about 10 to 12 hours, and you might even be able, depending on the time of year, be able to stretch that up to a day. You will still have water pressure problems, The boil water is not about the volume of water, it's about the pressure within the system. And when the system pressure drops below a certain point for a certain period of time, we go on these boil water advisories. And those boil water advisories are health, human safety, and are not taken lightly, and generally speaking, you dip, you go on boil water. I'm not saying a tank would not likely have saved you from a boil water, because that drop and that rebound would have occurred, but it would have been able to provide you guys more water for a longer period of time. The last benefit that I want to bring up is in the blackout, in 2004, the blackout, communities with a ton of storage actually never lost water, never lost pressure, had water throughout the whole thing. My community did not, we had no water for a few days. But other communities then were able to actually close their water tower off and then provide that as drinkable, potable water for their community. Instead of doing water bottles, people could come up and fill bigger jugs. The fire trucks could get water. The tanker trucks could get water. And there was a different ability. You have 1.5 million gallons sitting there that you have the ability to use in the event you wanted to just, if you knew of a huge, it was the big one. You could shut your tank down, and then you could use that to provide water to your residents probably at a lower cost than bottled water, lower environmental impact. And also, or fill up water tanker trucks, or get water in larger to the hospital, to the critical senior centers. You could have got more water to them. So there is an operational and an emergency backup benefit to this that is really difficult to financially quantify, but we kind of left that out there to say it's still a 25-year return. It's difficult to say that has a huge impact on that. The cons, the 25-year payback, and again, the ROI gap that funds this and creates any kind of payback would be under pressure. It already is under pressure. With that, our report does talk about next steps. If the township was inclined to move forward with the next steps would include actually putting this into the model, running the model, checking the pressures, checking the additional water lines that may need to bring water in and bring water out in a reasonable period of time. Check that against the master plan and the development plans for the north side to see the development pressures, and then run those actual critical scenarios where you stop serving Detroit water entirely and vet these things out in a more refined manner, and then you could still make a decision whether or not to move forward with it later. So with that, you have our report, you have our presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions through Supervisor.
Any more? Trustee Deming?
Quick question. How big is the tank that Harrison has, and how big is the tank that Shelby just built? Do you know?
Shelby's is 3 million gallons. I don't know Harrison's.
Because I know Harrison's looks like that blue
That's
one.
about 1.5 million. It'd be about,
Okay.
yeah. That's okay. This is the one that's on the Clinton River Spillway.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
That's around the same size as
Okay.
this.
And you said
project.
Shelby's 3 mil?
Shelby's a lot larger. Yep.
What did that cost them to build that, do you know, roughly?
Shelby's was around. I'm gonna get this wrong. Hold on. If you give me a moment. Because I called them and asked them a whole bunch of questions. Let me see if I can't find that note. If you have other questions, I will try to find that.
Okay.
Dave, I walked through that with them not that long ago.
Okay, just a question I had, I
It was, I
appreciate it.
think it was around 12 million, 14 maybe.
Okay,
I have those somewhere.
All right,
Or
no
if
problem. I
not-
just
If
thought
not,
I'd
they're
ask.
publicly available. I had them written down here. I'll try to find
all
them.
right, thank you, sir.
Any further Trustee Joseph?
Thank you. Appreciate the presentation. The couple of quick questions. The slide that you had outlining the annual cost, we're looking at $250,000 annual cost just in the operation, the maintenance of the facility once it's built. You're looking at 7.3 roughly total cost of construction, a 25-year payout, and if I understood the contract that we have with Great Lakes, we have a max day rate of 8.2 million gallons per day with a peak of 12, and a 1.5 million gallon tank gets us about 4 hours of use in the event of a water disaster like we had last week.
Without restrictions, without people
Yeah.
turning everything off. Yeah, just
So,
business as usual. That's correct.
so the difficulty that I have, and we took this up many years ago in our Water and Sewer Rate Advisory Board, the difficulty that we had then when we were looking at water storage options was exactly what you described, which was a filling during non-peak to avoid the peak rates or mitigate the peak rates. That in essence you were filling the 1.5. And as other municipalities that got their water from Great Lakes, and then it was the Detroit Water and Sewage, but the difficulty that they had was Great Lakes Water Authority has very clear parameters on what they need in terms to operate. So they base their rate structure on what they need to do to have the personnel and to have the infrastructure repairs. So what we saw was really as municipalities tried to sort of take advantage of filling non-peak, Great Lakes Water, Detroit Sewer just changed the rate structure. Because ultimately what they were going to do was whatever the number that they needed for operational needs was the way that they based their rate structure. So as more and more communities come along and they take the ability for Great Lakes to make their annual revenue and expenditures match, they simply change the rate structure. So in this instance, I envision there's some pretty optimistic numbers there, and I did appreciate the way that you entered the caveat, which was this is based on today's rate structure. If they change it, we can't predict. But we can predict in some instances because they've done it consistently before. They changed the rate structure, in my opinion, to match their expenditures. And so if the township invests $7.3 million, that's today, and by the time we get there, with contingencies and construction cost changes, we're not really sure that that's a good working number. And once you buy it, then you're obligated. You're not going to tear it down. So you got $250,000 and a new staff for 25 years before you see the real benefits. If they change the rate structure midway or year two, we're sunk. So, like, I understand the solution to some of the problems that we see, but if the solution costs more than the problem, maybe we look at a different solution. So, I'm content with the study. I wasn't in favor of spending the money because I had a feeling we would come back to this very unworkable number to begin with. But in terms of next steps, I think we receive and file and watch what Great Lakes Water does with their rate structures before we even consider looking at a $7.3 million investment.
Yep. So if I may make a few comments, because I think you're spot on a few things. I just want to add a little bit of context to the Detroit system. I think I've said this, but I talk about water and sewer with pie, and I know that's a bad, sewer and pie, it's a bad visual, but let's just go with it for a minute. The pie is increasing with inflation and costs rise, right? The size of the pie, and that's 100%, right? And then you take the pie and then you break this down. I'm going to use this again during the rate analysis at some point. And then you figure out who should get a piece of slide, a piece of pie, or a piece of pizza, or whatever your round object is. And then you decide how big each person should get. The point is, it always adds up to 100%. So with how this works is there is an advantage to people who move first. So if you save $1 million, that $1 million is going to go back to everybody else, right? So if a neighboring community adds $4 million, whatever Shelby saved had to be redistributed because those costs didn't change. The pie didn't get smaller because Shelby added storage. But Shelby's on a first mover advantage, or some of these other, Sockwa, some of these other communities who've had a tank for a long period of time. So there is value. That $1 million gets redistributed. You save for a while, but I will guarantee you that number will shrink. Will it shrink 1-2% a year, 10% a year? I can't tell you because it's just the way they are operating to shrink it more to like the sewer systems, which are almost 100% fixed, limited volatility. and the rates are going up and down. But we did not put a number to the operational and that time. How valuable is 10 hours of service? How valuable is, we didn't try to put a number. We can't answer that. That's a very personal thing on there. So, but you are correct in your statements about how Great Lakes works.
So if I just quick follow-up, I liked your pie analogy, and the 100% is the point that I was making, which is Great Lakes Water Authority has a pie, and they know what their 100% need is for revenue. They base their rate structure on that, and I appreciate the nuance that you talk about. Like if we're first in, while that's being calculated, we'll get the max benefit of the savings. But in keeping with the analogies involving round, it's a roulette wheel of sorts, because we have no real way of knowing what they may do when they need to realize the revenue that they need to make their operation work. And that's always a restructuring of either the commodity or the peak, off-peak, and those rates get worked so that their pie remains 100% intact. No matter what the subscribers do, there may be some benefit if we're first, but I think in the long run, we're really, again, putting all of our chips on a round wheel, and it is a roulette wheel. They change it, and we're holding the bag to the tune of $7.5 million plus $250,000 annual for 25 years before we break. So that's my concern, and I do appreciate it.
My last analogy, though, too, is that because it's 100%, you could be doing really well on your flow demands, but if you're not doing as well as everybody else, you still become a loser. Because if they construct their pie, your pie goes up. So you are against the other 84 customers, right? You have to be doing, to keep your rate average, you got to be doing average. To improve your rate or shrink your pie piece, you have to be doing better than the other communities. One way to do that is storage, but at what cost? One way to do that is flow control, flow management, making people irrigate at night. Those are all things. But even with the water tower, if all 85 do better than you still get a bigger piece of the pie, right? It's a zero-sum game at the end of the day. Again, it's financials, but it is also operational.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions from the board? Trustee Vosper.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work in the report. Can we assume that if you had a tank twice the size, so a 3 million gallon tank instead of the 1.5, that it would double the numbers you had said before, like 4 hours at full capacity, then it would become 8, or do we get some additional return?
So on a pure volume in demand and supply and demand ratio, the answer is yes, you would get double, because that's the use on that day or use whatever. It would provide you value. It could be greater than the sum of the parts, depending on how a situation occurred, whether it was a full blackout, a planned blackout where you could make sure it was full and you could get to those are all. It's a very nuanced thing. That water main popped, and you felt it within an hour, right? And I felt it in Rochester in 2 hours, and I'm 15 miles that way. It seemed to skip Shelby only because they have a different main that comes up. It wasn't really the water tower. And that it would be really great in an emergency situation. The problem with oversizing a tank is you cannot let them stay stagnant, because if you take the cleanest water in the world, you set it out here and let it sit for a while, it can move, right? There could be a little bit of sediment or a little bit of stuff in the drain. So you have to move the water. You cannot keep a tank just full all the time. You have to actually, we call it turnover. You got to turn it over and you got to move it around. So having a super large tank actually, I think, operationally becomes a detriment.
Sure. And what I was kind of thinking was, our problem, obviously lack of water pressure was the problem, but if that continued to go on, as you had already pointed out, that tank would have run out.
You would have had to
before the end of our 3 days.
Yeah, you would have had to make a decision, or within your standard operating procedure on the event of a loss of pressure, you go into one of 2 or 3 modes, damage control modes, and you have to make those decisions. Sometimes you don't know how long it'll take, right? The blackout, Everyone's, oh, you know, and then it went, what, 4 days, I mean, you know, right, before everything got back up and running. So you would have to make that, and you can build that right into the controls. If that pressure drops to here, you shut the tank down, or you release it. But you also have to get the word out, and if it's in the middle of the night, you know, are people, you know, they start waking up 5, 6, 7 in the morning, noticing something, maybe they check, or you'd have to get the word out, hey, turn off your sprinklers. And you need compliance from residents to do that as well. I mean, their sprinklers, they weren't gonna run, right? But it gives you some flexibility in that. I think the development, stabilizing pressures in the north end is a good thing too, but you can do that with other water mains as well.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Any further questions? Trustee Anderson.
I understand where you're coming from, and I see the merit of this tank. You're an advocate for it. You've given your positions why. I'm just one little guy up here. I'm kind of an advocate for how we're going to pay for this thing. We had a study here about 10 years ago. AEW, I believe, did a similar study, same thing, and no one can seem to find that study. I wonder how often do we have these catastrophes that we had last week? I've been here since '88. I can't recall any other time, not meaning it's not going to happen again. You got a hot water tank in your worst case scenario when you're somewhere's in your house, you may have some water there. A question I have here is if we had a catastrophe like that with this tank that ran for X number of hours and supplied the water and all our great residents, I'm glad to see people here today. This is your government in action. It's actually kind of going good so far. Usually about 4 of you here. Please keep showing up. I just wonder if we had one of these catastrophes that went on for an extended period of time where it drained this tank, are the residents going to have to go through a boil water thing anyhow when it refills?
Yeah, if you lose, again, it's not about being able to provide, if we can maintain pressure, then you don't have to boil water. The problem is if it dips, then you have the potential to introduce contaminants in the system. That's why the boil water. I don't know, and I have not heard of they're doing any sampling that found any contaminants in this latest, except maybe in the sediment in the immediate area of the break, right? We certainly didn't have it at the outer ends of that break. However, it's an abundance of caution. It is an abundance of care that we do that, but very rarely do you find contaminated samples. You wait for the chlorine to build back up, the pressure to build back. So this tank would not have stopped the boil water notice in my mind. It just would have provided better pressure, fire protection, some better fire flows, or the ability to give people clean drinking water in mass, okay? You could have taken a tanker truck to an assisted living home versus pallets of water. I mean, there's options to do that. And I'm not advocating one way or another. I think a 25-year payback is a 25-year payback, and that makes it a difficult pill to swallow. I also just think there is some operational gains. I think we've laid this out pretty even down the middle. I've done this presentation a number of times in communities and most of the time, they don't do it, okay? Because it depends. Shelby hit, I jokingly said to the DPW, I couldn't find my notes on that, but I believe it was around 12 million. I told them to go buy lotto tickets, especially now that it's 1.5 billion. I thought they hit ARPA money, slotkin money, a piece of property on their biggest main in the center of their community at their highest demands point. The property they had locked up in 2 weeks. You own this property, but it may not be. The ideal piece of property went for sale while they were talking about this. The township board put their ARPA money, their slotkin money, and they pre-purchased all the equipment to avoid any construction delays. They had that thing up and running in less than a year. They just hit it perfect. So no financing charges, no those other things that are built into our financial model. So it can be done and should be done in certain circumstances. Right now, I'm just telling you what the numbers are for today's size, number, dollars, amount. That's it. Sorry, I couldn't find those exact costs, but I remember the conversation because I said, Dave, you should go buy a lotto ticket right now. That's the luckiest thing it's the luckiest public works project I've heard of in a very long time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. And no further questions. I appreciate everything you've done. Give us an opportunity to digest this. We'll take a look at internal operations, and we'll see where we go with it in the future, hopefully relatively soon. Item 6, department reports. Director Vanison, is it yours? Floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Since your last board meeting, we had quite the community event. We hosted the Bassmaster Elite Tournament. In conjunction with that, we also added on the Bass Brews and Barbecue Festival at Brandenburg Park the last weekend in July. We had 12,000 people touch the park that weekend, so it was an incredible feat for us. We did have that big rainstorm that dumped a bunch of water, but with quite the miracle, there was a rainbow over Anchor Bay, and then we were still able to host Chesterfield's first fireworks show and went off without a hitch and clear skies, so that was nice to see. The community was happy with it. Our team is incredibly happy with it. I'm very proud of our team of professionals that was able to put it on for the community. And then we also had anglers that were happy. The fishing itself was incredible, which is something that I learned a lot about, of how to bass fish and where they are and what they need to see. So even on Monday, after the festival and the tournament were all over, those professional fishermen actually came back to Brandenburg Park, launched out of Brandenburg, and fished for fun in Anchor Bay. So that was nice to see as well. One of our event partners was the Anchor Bay Chamber of Commerce, so I do want to give time for Lisa Thomas to come up, the director of Anchor Bay Chamber of Commerce, to give thoughts on their side of the event and a little bit of feedback from that piece of it as well.
Thank you. Good evening, I'm Lisa Thomas. I'm the president and CEO of the Anchor Bay Chamber of Commerce. The chamber serves the areas of New Baltimore, New Haven, Ira Township, Lenox Township, Chesterfield Township, Algonac, and Clay Township. The chamber is my full-time job. However, I also serve as the president of the Bayrama Fish Fly Festival in New Baltimore, and I'm also the immediate past chair of the Michigan Festivals and Events Association, which is a statewide event planning organization. Both of those second titles are volunteer positions. And the reason I share those second titles is to show my passion for community, along with the businesses that I serve in the Anchor Bay area. So on behalf of the Anchor Bay Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, we would like to thank the leadership here at Chesterfield Township for inviting us to participate on the committee for the Bass Brew and Barbecue Festival. Working together with Macomb County, Visit Detroit, and the Bassmaster Elite staff, we had a great team. Many chamber member businesses in Chesterfield supported the event, one of them being the Village of East Harbor. Carolyn Martin from the Village of East Harbor also serves as the chairwoman of the Chamber Board of Directors. She was not able to be here tonight, she's at a conference, but she asked me to relay her appreciation to be part of the event as well. Overall, I was very impressed by the staff here at Chesterfield Township and their passion to bring this family-friendly event to the residents and businesses. We also brought many out-of-town guests here to see the beauty of Lake St. Clair, Brandenburg Park, and the surrounding communities. We have a lot to offer here, and we're very proud of that. The anglers and their families stayed in our local Airbnbs, they ate at our local restaurants, and our businesses were very thankful for that commerce. In closing, I would just like to share that on the last day, I was packing up my car, I was very tired, and a woman with 2 young children walked past me. She saw my yellow event staff t-shirt, and she said, "Thank you for putting on this event. My family had a great time." And that really made my day at that point, because I was really tired. And you know, there's pros and cons to having these 3-day events, but it really made it worthwhile. So I feel that the event attendees were happy, and they were thankful, and I think it made it worth it for us and for Chesterfield. So we just want to thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you again for the support. Happy to share and create good and happy times for our community. That's what it's all about. So in Parks and Rec, that's a win for us. Thank you.
Mr. Supervisor, I'm wondering if we have these 2 speakers here, if we could maybe ask a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Do you have an idea of what, either of the speakers, what the cost of the event was? So what did we spend, you know, on the event with regard to tent rentals and equipment rentals and overtime and so forth? What do we have in terms of an after-action dollar amount on these on this great event?
We are working on a report that we're going to bring back to the board, so you have the exact number. So we're compiling it right now to get a big picture of it.
What was the, I guess the better way then, if we're going to measure the value from a financial standpoint, when we have our special event we have a special event APO in our township procedures, and that dictates that a projected detailed financial analysis of what we anticipate spending prior to the event. Now, in this case, we didn't get that. The board is unaware of any detailed financial analysis. So in the after event review, how will you know, aside from, and I get where Ms. Thomas is talking about the anecdotal feedback that you get from the attendees, and I could tell from all of the Facebook posts, it wasn't anybody that attended that event that didn't have a good time. That's clearly not the issue. It was run there was consideration given to the attendees, but my interest in terms of metrics and measuring and determining the true value of the event to our residents is, say, maybe taking the detailed financial analysis and then the after event analysis and finding, did we stay within our budget? Did we have budget to approve? We have SAD, the public safety SAD that we took money away from for this event in terms of the first aid station and the police protection, 24 hours, so forth. But what I'm wondering is, how much does it cost? Do we know, and can we compare that to other township events? And talking to a former, your predecessor, he's now in another community, I was curious to know what the, say, Arts and Music Festival, that was a weekend festival, 2 days, multiple bands, vendors, face painting, the like. That came in at under $20,000. So if we got to a comparison of, say, maybe $100,000 is what we end up spending on the Bassmaster, we could in essence have done 5 two-day festivals, 1 per month from May to September. And so I'm wondering if we're doing those kind of compare and contrast when we're talking about our special event dollars. But it doesn't sound like we know how much we spent, and we didn't really have a budget going in. So we'll just wait, I guess, to gather up these invoices and overtime expenditures, and then we can maybe have a discussion about how we use our special event money.
Our after-action meeting for this event is scheduled for tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll sit down. We've already begun to compile what the cost is, and we will make that full report available to everyone.
When you make that...
We've never had this event before, so there was nothing really to compare it to at the scale.
No, I appreciate that, but what we do have a comparison to, and when you do get the after incident or after event, will you be able to compare it to the financial analysis that you did on the front end? Because our APO is very clear. There must be a financial projection of costs, and do we have that, and will you be using that document that hasn't made its way to the board in your after incident or after
Well, we'll see how
event?
it plays out.
The APO, are we abandoning the APO for events of this size? Is that what you're saying, or?
We'll see how it plays out.
No.
Take a look at the cost and see how it plays out.
Could I-
No,
What do you
I'm
compare it
I'm just specifically talking about APO 09219.
Supervisor?
Which says that you have a projected financial analysis before the event. Do you have that? Is that something that you will use tomorrow?
We have estimates, yes.
Oh, good. Could I see those? Could those be made
We'll make
available
them
to the
available
board?
to you.
Appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
If I may answer the question, the chamber absorbed most of the cost of the event through sponsorship dollars. So like you asked about the tent, the chamber paid for the tent. The entertainment, the chamber paid for the entertainment. I can't speak for any of the costs related to the township for salaries, but everything else was paid for through the chamber, through sponsorship.
Well, I can tell you, Ms. Thomas, that I spoke to Finance Director Bauer because I submitted an email to her asking for the overtime and the expenditures. When I checked back in with her a few days after the email, she indicated to me that she had secured a number of invoices for things like tent rentals, and I said I thought that was a chamber event. The invoices came to us, and we are paying the invoices, and so will the chamber then be forwarding a reimbursement for those? Is that the
The
intention?
chamber paid for the tent. So I wrote the check myself. We paid for the tent.
I think there were more than one tent out there from the pictures I
There were a couple invoices
saw.
for bounce houses.
Yes.
And for ice that I believe the township paid for initially, but the chamber has reimbursed the township for that.
Well, that's news to me, and when Ms. Bauer and I will connect because she was unaware of any reimbursement checks from the chamber or any county or sponsors. Sponsors dealt directly with the chamber.
Yes.
And I guess we'll just see in the after event analysis, and we'll continue the dialogue. But I appreciate all the work the chamber did. and certainly the work that our township employees did, because without them, I don't know that the event could have been pulled off with such success. So I'm very grateful to our township employees who really came through in the 11th hour to man stations at the beer tent and ticket sales and whatever else. So that was great for our township employees to step up and make sure that the event was successful. Thank you.
Trustee Domingue?
I just have some board announcements. Can I go to that? Or do you want to have Kathy go? Kathy, if you got something to say about this, go ahead.
Treasurer Elliott?
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank both of you for the hard work that you did on this event, and it was very beneficial to the community, and a lot of people really enjoyed themselves. Regarding the cost, Director Bauer has spoken. We spoke, I believe it was yesterday afternoon, and she was compiling those. And yes, you are reimbursing any costs of invoices that were here at the township is being reimbursed through the chamber, and any other costs will be given to the board. Anything else that came in accidentally through to our finance department that was intended for the chamber is either being forwarded or reimbursed, to my knowledge. And there is I think Director Bauer and I talked, and she needs a week or two to be able to compile a report on labor costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Thank you very much, ladies. Appreciate it.
Fred?
Further under department reports, Trustee Domingue.
And just to thank everybody who worked on Bassmaster, Michelle, and the chamber, thank you very much. Some quick announcements. Summer concerts continue this month at Brandenburg Park. Join us for the remaining 3 events on Thursday starting at 6:30 p.m. They'll be on August 10th, 17th, and 24th. The food truck roundup at Brandenburg Park, dates remaining. Well, it was today, it's over now. And Tuesday, August 29th, the event runs from 3 to 8 p.m. with extended splash pad hours. Also, Beautification Committee, the Chesterfield Township Beautification Commission will start again this fall. Additional openings are available for seats to help kickstart this commission. Beautification includes trees, gardening, cleanup, arts, and cultural additions to Chesterfield Township. Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
Any further department reports? Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Would just like to reiterate for everyone that the Clerk's Department will cease taking passports and processing passport applications as of September the 30th. It's regretful that we must do that, but unfortunately, because of the requirements of next year's elections with the passage of Proposal 22-2 and all of the additional needs that we will have from our staff, we simply do not have the staff to provide passport services. We will revisit that in the future should something change, but for everyone who is interested in receiving a passport, processing a passport at the township, your last day to do that will be September 30th, 2023. One other thing too, if those who haven't noticed, it seems like there's a couple of really big balloons in the back. Someone apparently turned 50, I don't know who that is, but there are, as promised, cupcakes in the back for everyone here. Please feel free to help yourselves and take one home. Thank you very much.
Just a couple comments from the supervisor. We had an eventful past couple of weeks. Unfortunately, we had a homicide here in the township. Public safety and police did an excellent job. We had a record rainfall in 30 minutes in the township, isolated. DPW and staff responded to that and did what they could. Obviously, the National Bass Tournament that appears to have been a huge hit for the township. And obviously, the water flow problem that we experienced a week ago. Just some comments on that. We were notified at 6:20 by our internal staff when their monitors went off that we had lost pressure. Within almost 45 minutes, our command center was up and running. Fire department was making arrangements to operate the township. The emergency operations center was established. We were literally out for water for about 4 hours and 10 minutes before the water came back, and then obviously it was the boil water advisory. So the fire department operated flawlessly, distributing roughly 4,100 cases of water through the fire department. They did an excellent job from top to bottom, from clerical staff to the firefighters. So They will receive accolades for that. And again, we've got an after-action report on all these events that will be provided. We'll sit down tomorrow for a first meeting, and we'll make those reports available. With that being said, item 7, the consent agenda. Clerk Berry.
All items under the consent agenda are considered routine by the board and will be enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of these items. If discussion of any item is required by a board member, it will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Public comments on the consent agenda items are permitted. A, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of July 25th, 2023. B, approval of the payment of bills as submitted by the Finance Department. C, to approve the updated Macomb County Township of Chesterfield Support Emergency Operations Plan. There is one notation to make to the board members. There was a minor clerical error that in the original that was sent to us by the county. That has been corrected and is available for everyone's review. I believe that was also emailed out.
Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read? Motion by trustee Vosberg, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. Under the bill run, as most people here know, that every 2 weeks I extensively go through the bill run. One thing that irks me is when any of our tax money is being wasted and improperly spent. So I'm going to address the board on a couple things that I noticed on the bill run that I'm not happy with. We've got a new department, Information and Technology, and every 2 weeks under that department, they just keep sucking money from the township. There was another service agreement for IT support at $13,237. Under Building Inspection Department, we've got a 22 Escape at $676.67. It's classified under a unit. But then we have a 22 Escape that's classified as a lease, and we're paying $462.65. And then we have a 23 Escape that's classified under unit, where we're paying $698.97. Maybe if I can get an explanation on the difference between the $462.65 and the $698.97. At the last township board meeting, you know, the board said, most of the board, not all the board, said that, you know, we're glowing financially, which we're not. So I don't understand why we're leasing these vehicles and not buying. It makes more sense to buy than to lease. Under water and sewer expenditures, for the water report that was given tonight by Hubbell, Roth, and Clark for the water storage feasibility study, it was $5,303.30 for that study. A few years ago, about 6 years ago, when the previous supervisor was here, we did the same study, but apparently nobody can find that study that was done previously in the township. So that's another $5,300 that we could have utilized in this township elsewhere. Under the Chesterfield Community Center, you know, we've got JR Supply, where we pay for the supplies, and another $2,010 a month to clean that. And that's $502.50 per week that the residents are paying. Under facilities and operations, we've got partners in architecture for plans at $3,216. We've got master maintenance janitorial services in this building at $47.30 per month, plus supplies at $462.11 and $246, which is $54.39.01.
Thank you, sir.
Can we stop wasting money?
Thank you, sir.
you.
Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? I have a motion by trustee Vosberg, supported by treasurer Elliott, to approve the consent agenda as read. Clerk Berry?
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Clerk Berry, if I could just make a note, I forgot to present something that we were asked to present to the board just as a public notice from the Department of Roads. A construction notice for 23 Mile Road, CN Railroad, and Gratiot M3. Macomb County Department of Roads will be reconstructing the 23 Mile Road between the CN Railroad and Gratiot M3 in 2024. The project will include a new base, drainage improvements, new curbs, and concrete pavement. The project was selected to receive federal funds as part of the Macomb County Transportation Improvement Plan, the TIP. In coordination with Macomb County Department of Roads, Michigan Department of Transportation, the TIP has a list of roadways and transit projects eligible for federal aid that are selected every 3 years by the Macomb County Federal Aid Committee, which includes all cities, villages, townships within Macomb County. If you have any questions in regards to this or comments regarding this project, please contact Macomb County Department of Roads, 586-463-8671, and they ask that that be read into the record. I'll present it to you for the permanent record. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those will appear in the minutes.
Item 8A.
Item 8A is a motion to reconsider the postponement of the ratification of the 2023 through 25 labor agreement with the Government Employees Labor Council, GELC Management Group, formerly AFSCME number 1917 Management Group, representing department heads, assistant department heads, and coordinators, tentatively ratified by the union on July 13th, 2023, until the August 22nd, 2023 regular township board meeting.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to reconsider.
Support.
Supported by trustee Vosberg. This is again brought back on to at this board meeting. Clerk Berry, would you please call the roll? Pardon me?
Okay. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 8B.
Item 8B is ratification of the 2023 through 2025 labor agreement with the Government Employees Labor Council, GELC Management Group, formerly AFSCME number 1917 Management Group, representing department heads, assistant department heads, and coordinators, tentatively ratified by the union on July 13th, 2023.
Do you have a motion to approve the ratification? Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Support.
Is there support? Trustee Vosberg. Deputy Duchesne, if you would, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to repeat the comments from the prior presentation, the agreement was ratified by the union. There's the pros for the township include an increased contribution on the employee's part to the retirement system, elimination of longevity, and clarification of some other languages that took place. Again, the parties negotiated in good faith over a fairly long period of time, because of a change in also a union affiliation. I'm always available. There are individual questions to ask in an appropriate forum.
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. I didn't hear the last part. You said that there was a change in the union that these were brought forward. Could you repeat that last sentence that you said?
Yes, through the chair to the trustee, the union changed affiliations during negotiations, leaving one union group and going to another.
Did the union hierarchy change in terms of the negotiating team? So the union president remained the union president from one transfer to the other?
Yes, it did.
Okay, so I'm just procedurally, I want to know, and I talked to both Treasurer Elliott and also with Trustee Vosberg. There was some information that I had asked for in preparation for the reason for the postponement, and that had to do with the executive summary indicating that that we had come to this day because of some redundancies and so forth that I couldn't really make sense of. I didn't understand what was being conveyed. That the parties realigned, restructured the salary structure, eliminating redundancies and clarifying classification groups. I wanted to know what the specific pay band adjustments were. We got that information late last week, which was part of the contract, I understand. We still don't have the contract the way that we normally do. And before I start asking questions about individual pay groups and pay salaries, I'd like to know if it's appropriate to do that in open session, or is that something that needs to go into closed session? Because I have very specific questions about the pay bands and how we arrive there. So I don't want to, create a problem. So procedurally, how do we go, Mr. Supervisor, or better yet, Mr. Siebert?
I will let Mr. Siebert answer, but if you want to go into closed session, we're more than willing to do that at this time.
Well, I would prefer that, but I also realize that there are certain areas that we can go into closed session and other areas where we can't. So I'd like to hear from the council on what are our options.
Mr. Siebert.
Yeah, you know that I was not involved in any part of the negotiations, but if this is a ratification of the collective bargaining agreement, the Open Meetings Act clearly allows you to go into closed session to discuss ratification of that agreement. Quite frankly, every collective bargaining agreement I've ever been involved with, the boards always consider them in closed session and then approve them in open. So not clear to me why this is being done in open in the first place, but you can certainly go into closed to do that.
But Mr. Siebert, I think the reason we're in open session is because the documents that are normally afforded the board in consideration were left out of this presentation initially. And I think it's appropriate to know the contract instead of just having it summarized with a sentence that says we've created redundancy, when in reality, there are questions about the total amount of the pay band increases and things that are really quite compelling. We have employees that are looking at 20% pay increases on top of a 3-4-4 schedule, and that I don't want to be charged with embarrassing people or attacking people, but this is a closed session issue, and I would ask that it go into closed session.
It wouldn't matter whether or not you had the written collective bargaining agreement tentative in front of you or not. The Open Meetings Act allows the township to go into closed session to discuss the pros and cons of ratifying the agreement and details like wages and the structure and the recategorizing of positions. Those are completely legitimate. And again, I've quite honestly never had that presented in open session before. So this is all fair game for closed. So
Thank you.
if you want to consider this in closed session, you could simply make a motion to,
I'd like to make a motion to go into closed session to discuss the contract.
well, now or later.
Might I suggest that, just given all of the other business that we have in front of us and all of the individuals that are here, instead of inconveniencing everyone to wait for us to go into closed session, perhaps moving this agenda item to the end of our meeting or later?
You can do that, or if there's documents that you need to make your decision, wouldn't it be a better idea to move this to the next meeting in closed session so that you can gather all the documents you need to be prepared to vote on?
I would agree with that as well.
That's, I think, very clearly the intent was to ask for those so that we could have a discussion in closed session.
Then
like
make a
that.
motion to postpone it until a date certain and to discuss it in closed session.
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to postpone this until the August 22nd. It's a presiding motion. It's a secondary motion that takes precedence. We know this. We know this. The motion to postpone. Stand by for what? It's a parliamentary procedure that is. Well, you can do that, but I have a point of information that is a motion has been made to postpone. If it has a second, then we end discussion. That's legally how it's done.
No.
And I'll come by and help you with Robert's Rules of Order if you want it, but you just do silly things when you do this.
Postpone.
Motion to postpone until August 22nd.
Support.
Motion postponed by trustee Joseph for August 22nd, supported by trustee Ante.
Trustee Joseph?
Aye.
Trustee Anderson?
Aye.
Trustee Demink?
No.
Trustee Vosberg?
No.
Treasurer Elliott?
No.
Supervisor Kersten? No. Clerk Berry? Aye.
I'll bring it back to, there is a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve.
Or board comments?
Hold on. I'd like to recognize Trustee Vosberg, please. Trustee Vosberg?
I would like to make a motion that we go into closed session to discuss that, but at the end of the meeting where, on the agenda where it shows other closed session.
Support.
I have a motion by Trustee Vosberg, supported by, was Treasurer Elliott, to enter into closed session and move this item to 15. I'm sorry, hang on. Item 13, 13B.
Mr. Supervisor?
And I would like to address that, please.
Sorry?
Trustee Vosberg?
Right, the reason that it was postponed last time was because we did not have the information as was previously stated. In the meantime, we received that information with enough time to go through it. So we had time to go through it on our own. We've not had the opportunity to discuss it. So that's why I think today is very appropriate to do that.
Understood. Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, I would just take issue with one thing that Trustee Vosberg, we got approximately 9 pages. They were marked privileged and confidential. So my ability to talk with the finance director, I don't know that we did get the documents, and we still haven't seen the actual contract. So the contract should have been inclusive in the salary schedules, because it is only listed in the documentation from Mr. Duchesne as Article 38. So I know that there are 37 additional articles at a minimum if there's nothing after Article 38. And why doesn't the board have the labor contract to review in deciding this? You're going to vote on a contract that you don't have?
Further comments? Trustee Vosberg?
We can decide after our closed session discussion if we need more time.
Thank you. Yep. Comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. Here's a perfect example of a breakdown and failure of our township board. How do you vote on something when you don't even have the contract to look at? Would you buy something? Again, at the last township board meeting, we didn't have an interest rate, and you voted on a bond without even knowing what the interest rate is. Now you want to move forward with an employee agreement and vote on it without even knowing what's in the agreement? I don't think so. That's totally incompetent, and this is why we're in the situation we're in here in Chesterfield. This is a prime example. I'm totally shocked that Mr. Duchesne is still here, but that's Supervisor Kersten's decision, not mine at this point. Longevity was eliminated on what I seen in the consent agenda, and I'd like you to expand on that, because a lot of people here don't know what longevity is, and that, for the new employees coming in, it was eliminated. What I seen in the contract, wages for 23, for our heavy lifters, the ones that do all the work for all of you, in 23, their wages are gonna go up 44%, in 24, 3%, and 25, 3%. One of the things that I did not like in the contract, and I'm sure Mr. Duchesne was responsible for this, I'm confident he was, that the probationary period for any new employee went from 6 months to 365 days. I'm totally in disagreement with that. 6 months is Most places have a 90-day probationary period. I don't know any place that has a 365 days of probationary period. And the
Mr.
one thing that
Supervisor,
I
can
did
make a
like in the
point of
contract,
information, please? Mr.
the-
Speaker, I'm sorry. I just would like to make a point of information, Mr. Supervisor. I don't have any issue with the content of his presentation, but this is a motion to move the agenda item, and I have a number of comments similar to this, but this is a motion that is up for discussion on the decision to move this agenda item further in, down the agenda. So I only point that out because we're going to get, you know, off the rails, and if I can help you get order on this meeting. No, I'm just talking procedurally. I know that you're very remedial in your understanding,
Speaker, you
but
got another
this is, if I could finish.
I didn't hear
This
you.
is a motion on the floor to discuss moving this agenda item only, not in the merits of the ratification, which will come
All right,
later.
well, I'm in
I'm just
full
trying to help
agreement.
you with that, to
Mr.
stop
Speaker,
this so we don't
please.
get off the rails.
All right,
Mr.
I'm in
Speaker,
full
please
agreement to
continue.
move it till the 22nd in 2 weeks, when you have the full contract to look at, not voting on it tonight without looking at the contract. That's not how you do business, so let's get it straight.
Any further comments from the public?
Mr. Supervisor.
Treasurer Elliott.
So we are currently voting on whether or not to move this into closed session at a later time in the same meeting. Obviously, it's something that this board needs to discuss in closed session, and it is just time. There's no reason to wait 2 more weeks. We can make that decision, as Trustee Vosberg has said. We can make that decision at that time, but we need to have a discussion here in the board in closed session, and that's why I am supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Supervisor?
Trustee Joseph.
I agree with you on the closed session. My concern is the transparency issue. We got a packed house. They're interested in knowing how their money's spent. I don't know that many of them will be able to stay for the entirety. We go back into closed session assuming that we reach some kind of conclusion, and I suspect that there is support for the ratification of the contract. These residents, most of them will be long gone. So if we really want to do things open and honestly, we go into closed session, we get the contract, and then we bring this back. But I don't like the way it's set up because we eliminate the opportunity for residents to weigh in on this when we do come out of closed session at about 12:30 or 1 a.m. to tomorrow morning. So that's my problem.
Well, it's better than waiting 2 weeks.
Why is that?
Well, because there's employees who also want us to make it, give them.
Oh, I understand that.
Right.
Oh, I
Well,
definitely understand.
The entire management team, but I don't want to do this. I'm not going to go back and forth. Let's have the discussion in closed session, please.
I have a motion by Trustee Vosberg, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to move item B to 13B in closed session. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Pardon? Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Aye.
Item 8C.
Item 8C is a consideration of the July 25th, 2023 Township Board approval of the recommendation to adopt Resolution Number 2023-27, authorizing the 2023 capital improvement bonds, limited tax general obligation, in the amount not to exceed $14,150,000.
Do I have a motion to approve? Reconsider it? Do I have a motion to reconsider item 14C?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider.
Motion by Trustee Joseph,
Support.
supported by Trustee Anderson.
Mr. Supervisor, if I can speak on the motion, I have, just so my fellow board members know, I have zero interest in relitigating the conversation that we spent nearly 5 hours talking about. I think everybody's positions were firmly entrenched in the discussion, and just being fully honest and owning this, there were a couple of motions that were made in the course of this a motion to postpone, as well as a motion to call the question. There were in essence 3 separate votes during the course of this, and I screwed one of them up. When it came time to actually approve the bond, I was mistakenly thinking I voted on the motion to postpone, or to call the question, excuse me. And so the minutes apparently could not be changed. Technically, I voted yes. I'm recorded as a yes. I want it to be clear, I don't ever want a situation down the road where somebody says, oh, well, you supported the $14 million, because anybody that was here, and my fellow board members can attest, we had a 5-hour meeting. I think 2 of them was spent on this issue, and I was adamantly opposed to that. And so I asked for the motion to reconsider, simply to make my vote known. And and it's not just my lack of intention to talk about it, but I'm not interested in having a board. So I would make a motion to actually call the question on this and take a vote. Unless others want to have a debate, I would prefer to just call the question.
Just for a point of clarity, so you're making a motion to reconsider, so your yes vote means what on this? What does a yes vote mean on this?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking the
Oh, sorry.
attorney, please, thank you.
Yeah, no, you don't get this backwards. This isn't that hard. The motion was made to reconsider the vote that was made at the last board meeting on this particular issue. Dave properly made it since he was in favor of the action that was taken. There's been a second. It's a debatable motion. Statements were made by Dave for the record. He's asked to call the question. The question is on whether or not you ought to reconsider. If 4 votes are there to reconsider, then you are now back to where you were last week, and then you take an affirmative vote on whether or not to approve the $14,150,000 in bond issue. So the first vote is simply, is there support to reconsider? And he's made a motion to call the question, so.
Point of clarity, Mr. Seaver, just so there's a motion on the floor to reconsider the July 25th capital improvement bonds. It was seconded.
Yes.
Typically, we have discussion among the board.
You just did. That was your debate.
Okay.
You've now called for the question.
Yes. So I didn't have support for that yet, but to call the question for reconsideration is really the issue.
Yes.
And then we will revert back to the actual issue. At that point, I'd like to make another motion,
I know
call
where
the
you're
question.
go- I know exactly
Okay.
where you're going. You're
It's
good.
a very simple procedure. Thank
Okay,
you.
you got a second on
Motion
your
by
motion. You got a second on your motion to call the question. Vote.
Thank
Motion
you.
by trustee Joseph, supported by trustee Vosberg to call the question.
Aye.
Clerk Berry.
I'm sorry.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Now, at this point, the issue from last week is back on the table, and the decision is whether or not to approve the recommendation to adopt resolution number 2023-27. That is now before you, so you need a motion to do that.
I would look for support from somebody to make the motion to approve so we can get to
That I
the,
got, yeah.
that would be my request. Can't be me, I can't make the motion and vote against it again.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve the sale of bonds
Support.
for the adoption of the resolution. Who was the support?
I'm the support. It's okay, it'll work out, trust me.
So just a point of procedure, or parliamentary procedure here. The maker of the motion would need to vote in favor, but someone who is supporting that is simply supporting to open up the
Yeah,
vote, so
the
That's what I
second
did.
does
that's
not have-
acceptable.
Does not have, it's
Does
not
not have to
compelled-
vote
it's
in
not
the affirmative.
compelled to
That's what I
vote.
did.
Right.
We have a motion on the floor to pass, and I would like to make a motion to call the question.
Again, motion by trustee Joseph, supported by trustee Vosberg. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Joseph,
Aye.
to call the question. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Thank you.
Vote on it.
Now you got to vote.
Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
You gotta give,
Motion called question?
you already did call the question. Go ahead.
Called the question.
Go ahead. Vote.
Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Demink. Aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, no.
Item 8D. Thank you for withstanding that barrage. You're welcome.
Item 8D is to consider appeal of a denial of Freedom of Information Act FOIA number 767 from requester Jackie Fersen.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to deny the appeal.
Go anywhere. This is an appeal of a Freedom of Information Act request denial. Under the Freedom of Information Act, the appellant has a right to appear at the meeting and make her pitch to the board as to why the FOIA coordinator's decision was not correct and should be reversed. So if the applicant or the appellant is here, the appellant has an opportunity to address the board under the act.
Ms. Fersen, are you here? Ms. Fersen?
Okay, seeing that
Seeing that she's not
seeing the
here.
appellant is not here, much like in the Court of Appeals, if somebody doesn't make oral argument, you rest on the documents that were submitted. Chris Anderson submitted to the board a detailed legal analysis of the issues dated August 2nd, 2023, in which she references the Director of the Bureau of Elections memorandum to all municipal election officials throughout the state of Michigan on July 10, 2023. The board members have had an opportunity to read Chris's legal opinion as well as that memorandum, and it's our legal recommendation to the board that the decision of the FOIA coordinator be affirmed.
Again, Supervisor Kersten would make a motion to affirm the denial.
Support.
Supported by Clerk Berry. Comments from the board? Comments from the public? Comments from the public? No comments from the public? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to confirm the denial. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Excuse me, aye.
Trustee Demink. Aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 8E.
Item 8E is a discussion regarding the waiver of current administrative procedure order requiring a public hearing and competitive bidding for the lease of township-owned property, parcel 09-31-351-025, and to proceed with negotiations with 2020 Outdoor Media LLC for the lease of property and construction of a digital sign.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Guys have support?
Support.
Supported by Clerk Berry. This is a follow-up on a discussion that I brought to the board some time ago. I believe there is an exception in this process in our APO rules that provides this potential relationship with the requester. It is in a isolated location along a township border, and I would like to ask permission to open negotiations with this company and negotiate a potential operational understanding for this digital sign.
Mr. Supervisor?
Questions from Trustee Joseph?
I think this might be the one agenda item where you and I will be in complete lockstep with regard to this particular project. As you said, it is in really a completely unbuildable sort of property. The property is very small, and it's encumbered with a number of easements, both county and a number of utilities. The opportunity here is really immense in that the track record of outdoor media is that they are a small business-friendly company, and the opportunity to offer small businesses in our community a rate for outdoor advertising. In addition, that the preliminary offers and the preliminary discussions also include something that is very consistent with our master plan. Our master plan talks a lot about branding, and we've had agenda items before us with a painting an overpass or putting up signs at the entry points and exit points of the township to let people know that they're in Chesterfield. This particular parcel is right on the township border, and all of the preliminary designs include really a wonderful welcome to Chesterfield static. That isn't something that changes with the billboard. That is part of the marquee, and it's a great opportunity to do some of the things that are outlined in our master plan with regard to branding, help small business, communicate to our residents more effectively, because as I understand it, we would get the benefit, and of course this will be worked out in details, but outdoor media has a massive presence in Macomb County, and the relationship that we have with this particular parcel would extend in some instances to even greater communication capability with no cost to the township and no cost to the taxpayer whatsoever. So this is a great use of the township property, and it does not create any of the other infrastructure problems like traffic or when we're talking about the lease or sale of other township properties. This is a home run on all accounts. Thank you.
Any further comments? Any further comments? I'm just going to follow up on that. Yes, I'm agreeable with that. And this, just in preliminary conversations with this individual, what he can bring to our township and how he can help us brand is I think, one of a kind. So that being said, I'll open it up. Comments from the public.
Mr. Supervisor?
Oh, I'm sorry. Treasurer
It's okay.
Elliott.
Just for clarity purposes, and I asked you this earlier, just for those who are listening, we'll still, as a board, be once you have that conversation on the lease of the property and construction, you'll be bringing that back to the board. Is that correct?
That is correct. Comments from the public.
Joe Kadich, I live in Sutton. If this is such a great deal, why are we bypassing the ordinance? Says that basically you're leasing township property or you're selling property, you have to have a town meeting or an open meeting so the public's aware. You're asking people, or you're asking the board to bypass this. Why can't you just have an open meeting on it? If it's such a great deal, you should be able to convince the public to lease the property. Or is this a situation like Dan Acchiavetti ended it with when he leased the cell tower in back of the pump station before he had a meeting? Ended up with a real, I was going to say manure show, but ended up, public came to the next meeting and had their own meeting and forced them to renege on that lease, causing the cell tower to sue him, or the township. So in an effort to get around that, he tried to buy a piece of property down the road across from the propeller-based marina and see if that was okay and put the tower there. That didn't work because the property couldn't sustain, didn't do any soil testing, and then it ended up having to go back and give them the area that they had initially. Now, why do you want to get yourself into a situation like that? Why don't you just have an open meeting? You could have had an open meeting tonight. Instead of saying ability to work around this or ignore that in ordinance doesn't make any sense. There's something of value that we're missing here? Is it value to you and not to the township? I recommend you just, turn this into an open meeting, or have it next time at an open meeting, and then you can still go on with your negotiations. But let the public in and know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? If you push the Push the button on mic.
Yeah, my name's TJ. I'm from Chesterfield Township. I'm down here in Sugar Bush, Canterbury Street. Frank, that thing looks ridiculous. 90 feet tall?
Thank you, sir.
Janice Young, 28714 Yorkshire. So I kind of tried to look up this parcel ID number, and from what I could determine, is it near the entrance of Kings Point subdivision, if I'm correct on what I found? It said Snover Street and Hall Road, which I couldn't really find that intersection. I didn't know it was gonna be 90 feet tall. Trustee Joseph, you had mentioned that there was an exception in the APO for waiving or for special things. Do you recall saying that? If you could just point me to that exception that you had mentioned. I'd like to know on this billboard, is there going to be a limit on how bright it can be? Is it going to be distracting to drivers on Gratiot? If it's going to be a digital sign, that means that the content can be changed easily. What are they going to advertise? Cannabis? That's what I see up and down I-94. I mean, it's like rampant down there. Yeah, so I guess that's my comments. I think you should have the public hearing on this and let us all have our time. Thanks.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. What you see up on the board is just a concept, and there's several negotiations that would have to take place before we even got there. That's just a photograph of what the concept could look like. And excuse the 90 feet, that's not possible. You say on Kings, the parcel is not on Gratiot. It's in we're talking about a small 10 by 10 footprint on the township border on Hall Road. Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public?
I will say one thing regarding the issue here. It seems almost reminiscent of what we discussed last year regarding the $26,000 spending on the graffiti on the overpass bridge, and it's kind of seemed like it's all about the consideration for the branding of the township. I can see it says on there, Chesterfield Township welcomes you, and I don't know if that's part of the official situation regarding what we're trying to get for this, but it does feel like this is kind of going that route. And I'm wondering what is the long-term effect of the cost for the township for that, regardless if it's a leasing or not. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. My question, I guess, to the supervisor and to the board is, you put up a picture that shows a billboard that's going to be 90 feet tall, and it looks like it's about 3 or 4 inches wide. If that's not what your intentions were, why would you put something up that looks like that and give the wrong impression to the public on what you're voting on? I just don't get it. I mean, in getting back to what Mr. Wharton said, I mean, last year you had a proposal where, Mr. Supervisor, you wanted to spend $26,000 on a half-gallon paint to put Chesterfield over an overpass, which I thought was ludicrous and insane. So if you're going to propose something to the public and to the board, can you be like specific and then not come back and say, well, that's not what it's going to be like? Because when you put something up like that, that's the perception that that's what you're voting on. That's what the public thinks we're getting. So again, there's a failure to communicate between the public and yourselves on what your real intentions are. And because of that, I'm a no.
Further comments from the public? I'll bring it back up to the board. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. There were a couple comments made by the public related to a previous decision regarding land leasing. The premise of that was totally false. I just want that known to the public. Thank you.
Any further comments? Treasurer Elliott? Trustee DeMay.
I have the floor, Mr. Kadich. You already had your chance to talk. This is so the supervisor can meet with the business owner and to see if they can come up with a plan. That's not the sign. You've heard Mr. Joseph say it. Supervisor said it. It's just to figure out where we're at and what type of agreement. Nothing's going to happen until it's brought back to this board to vote on. Is that correct, Mr. Supervisor?
That is correct.
And this property is located right on the border of Macomb Township and Chesterfield on Hall Road, just by the old Mama Vicky's Coney Island.
And again, excuse me for the imagery, simply trying to project what it might look like. Obviously, 90 feet is a no-go. We have the Air Force there. There are several hurdles that need to be discussed. I apologize for the imagery. Treasurer Elliott.
Yeah, I saw several renditions of the of ideas of what this looks like, and they reminded me of there's a piece, I believe there's one, is it for Dick's Sporting Goods over by there? Isn't that what more of what the other pictures that I saw? It looks more like one of those, I believe. Yeah, where it's got the rocks and. It's definitely nicer. And then, of course, again, my question was that before anything actually happens, that will come back to the board. This motion is so that you can have that conversation about this particular piece, which I believe Trustee Joseph has said that is a very difficult piece of property already. And that was kind of the premise by why we're saying this piece of property and this entire conversation is because the property that we're looking at you can't do anything with it. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, I know when the residents brought up about the cell tower, that's a tragedy. I still think it is. It's there. At least this isn't being stuck in somebody's backyard in their neighborhood. Again, they're talking about the property where it's at, if you know where it's at on Hall Road. I don't know if it's gonna bother the Ford dealership, I doubt it, and I think Selfridge will probably have some say about how tall it is also. Anyhow, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph Kim.
Yeah, just a last comment on this. I would never, ever vote to take something away from the public. If it were consequential and meaningful, this is a piece of property that will take up roughly the imprint, physical imprint on the property is about the size of a tractor tire. There is nothing that we can do with that property with regard to any kind of building or construction and the reason that I'm asking, and I supported this motion, is that the petitioner has been in negotiations of one sort or another for better part of a year. And in order to get this, if this is an opportunity, we have to have, excuse me, this year, we have a number of meetings that have to take place, site plan submissions, building submissions, negotiation of the contract. All of that comes back to this board before anything is done with your property. If we don't get this project rolling, we're now basically acknowledging that we're going to have to wait until next year to do any kind of construction, because by the time the meetings are done, we will be past the frost date and the construction will in essence shut down. There is no attempt here to subvert the insight or the value of the public. We will have a full opportunity to address this in great detail when the supervisor is authorized by this board to get those details. And I've seen the slide that was presented here, and I've also been witness to about 3 or 4 others. So I know that we will have a lot of discussion and a lot of input on the creation of that, and I do think it's consistent with our branding and our master plan. And this vote was really just to give a shot in the arm to the project. There is no predetermined cannabis advertising that has been brokered or secured. The petitioner is not somebody that has ever donated a dime to my campaigns. This is a legit opportunity to be consistent with the master plan with a great vendor. Outdoor Media has an impeccable reputation, and they are listed as a preferred vendor with Macomb County. They do great work. They do exactly what they say they're going to do, and it's a great opportunity for the township to get some additional resources in communicating our message, and it brings a great resource to small business that are forced to go to the national players with much higher rates for outdoor advertising. This is a winner all the way around, and my vote to move it along is simply just that. Let's move it along and see what the final project, and then the public can weigh in on real, you know, images and projections. So, thank you.
Again, just to follow up, this has been 18 months in process and jumping through several hurdles to allow this vendor, who's been a good partner to the township and has offered a good plan for us moving forward. So, and this was brought to the board previously in April to even begin discussions. So this is really just step 2. That being said, I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 8F. I'm sorry, 8E. I'm sorry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 8F.
Item 8F is to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the requested rezoning of parcels 0904 300 008, 0905 276 001, 0905 400 002, and 0905 400 007, located at the northeast intersection of 25 Mile and Bates Road from M1 Light Manufacturing to M2 General Manufacturing.
So moved.
Motion by Trustee Demink. Is there,
Wait a minute.
There- hold up.
We can't talk yet, sir.
is there a
Thank
motion? Motion for support? Supported by Trustee Vosberg. Is the petitioner is here. Would you like to address now, or? Yeah. Mr. Gundeland, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Sir, we'll get you back up there in a minute.
Good evening. Gary Gunderell, co-counsel with Larry Scott, who's here on behalf of the property owners petitioners. We did provide you correspondence of August 2nd, 2023, requesting that you not adopt the recommendation of the Planning Commission. As you know, the Planning Commission only makes a recommendation. This board makes the final determination on the rezoning request. I was present at the public hearing when this matter was discussed at the Planning Commission, and it appeared that a lot of the comments from the public and from members of the Planning Commission centered around site plan issues. This isn't a site plan. This is a request to rezone from the M1 category to the M2 category. The professional planner noted at one point there was other M2 parcels in the township, but then they said there were none of this significant size, about 130 acres. This is an aerial showing Bates Road and 25 Mile Road. In my submission to you, I gave you, what's that? Yeah, sorry. No, I'll hold it. I provided a memo as to the fact that if you drive the area, there's water mains, fire hydrants on this frontage of 25 Mile Road to service the parcel. It's not a site plan specific item. I provided to you a zoning map that showed M2 in this area right across from the railroad tracks. Previously, part of this area was agricultural. As time progressed and the township grew, this went to M2 and M1. So to have M2 adjacent to the railroad is a normal planning process. I'll give you this illustration. It wasn't in my letter. If you go over to 22 Mile and Structural Drive, there's an industrial park that I think Robert Carrick Sr. built. It's immediately adjacent to a then existing single-family residential subdivision on Ranch Drive. Your ordinance has provisions as to buffers between industrial, whether it's M1 or M2, In that construction, they laid out the road, they laid out the parcels, and on the west property line, because its east property line is the railroad, they built a berm, they planted evergreen trees. I believe they're arborvitaes. I was just by there a couple of days ago. I represented some factories in there that were being built. They put in the arborvitaes. You cannot see through the trees to the houses. So it's a sight buffer, it's a sound buffer, and if there's any dust or whatever in the air, it helps filter that out. So when you look at the planner's comments, they specifically noted that there's not other significantly large parcels that are M2. My clients want to develop the property under the M2 category. If it gets rezoned, they'll submit the appropriate site plan and engineering issues. I pointed out in the letter that just in June of this year, Ascension opened over there on 26 Mile Road, west of County Line. They had township water. They built their own septic system. They bored a pipe along 26 Mile Road running east. The pipe eventually opens into the ditch. The ditch runs to Crapo Creek to Lake St. Clair. So in modern engineering, if the ground won't take the septic, you can have your own sanitary sewer system. Throughout this area of southeastern Michigan, there are several mobile home parks that have municipal water but have their own sanitary sewer system. So if Ascension uses a lot of water, they have a septic system, sanitary system. Whatever goes on this industrial property will take care of that issue. We noted on page 3 the buffers from the parking, the building, and the setback from the road, and that you have to have a green belt along your property line. So the planner did note most of the other M2 property is already developed, so the adoption of this recommendation basically will preclude general manufacturing in that sector of the township because of its all-encompassing denial. And I did point out that the road issue is not within the jurisdiction of Chesterfield Township. Back in the 30s, the state legislature took jurisdiction of townships away from the road. It's either the road commission or the state highway department, MDOT. So as things developed, when the industrial park was built west of Gratiot between 25 and 26 Mile Road, the developers put in the road. There was a program through the developer and the state for additional funding to pave a portion of 25 Mile Road running from Gratiot west towards the railroad tracks. If this part's developed industrial in the engineering phase, that'll be discussed and worked out at that phase, not at the rezoning phase. So we would ask that you not adopt the Planning Commission recommendation, but grant these property owners their petition to rezone the property from M1 to M2. And if you had any questions, I'd try to answer them.
Questions from the board? Trustee Joseph.
I guess my question is two-part. Trustee Demink and Mr. Gendernalik in combination, I don't care how you answer it, but I watched the deliberation on the Planning Commission on this rezone, and I was very confused because there were a lot of questions about what I would normally expect to see in a site plan or a public hearing regarding a proposed business or whatever it is that the use was being debated. This seemed to just be a simple rezoning petition. The petitioner was asking for rezoning and then somehow got into a rabbit hole of all kinds of things that were typically part of a site plan review. And I have some experience, not as much as Mr. Gendernalik. I don't think anybody does, but when I was on Planning Commission, the proposed use for that property was something that divided our board back then. That was 2 supervisors ago, and it had to do with compost operation. And there was a significant amount of public outcry that they rightfully did not want to be on top of a composting operation. So that project never materialized. But in terms of the rezoning, I got a call from a planning commission member. I don't want to say his name, but he was very interested in gathering as much information about the property as possible. He called me, said, I know that you have some information, that you worked with us in the past. I shared with him what I knew, but he was actually on his way out to what he believed to be the operation, a parallel operation owned by this landowner in another community. And he was doing and collecting a lot of research on what I would argue would be use. You know, it was the Planning Commission, I believe, voted on the use, and it's not really a fair vote, because the petitioner gets an opportunity to come back with their site plan and answer all of those questions and submit a packet that addresses all concerns that are required: traffic, environmental, size, setbacks. All of those engineering, traffic things are handled at a site plan, not a rezoning. How did this vote or this recommendation come to the board when there was so much discussion about site use and not so much about the rezone? I asked our liaison if that's appropriate.
Trustee Domingue, if you want.
I'm going to defer to Jonathan. He was there, and he's got everything on it. He's got all the notes. He's the expert in it more than me.
Thank you. Yeah, that's correct. I mean, there was quite a bit of discussion involving the use. You know, not too much fault to the Planning Commission. That was kind of what was brought before them and proposed. They were, you know, affirmed many times during the public hearing. With this application, along with every other application that comes before them, and I've said it in front of the board before as well, when there's a rezoning, as has already been stated, you're not considering the proposed use. That's typically conceptual, showing feasibility for developing the site as that. In this case, there was a lot of discussion based on that. It was part of the presentation given by the applicant. The public did a lot of speaking on the use that was being proposed. But it's my belief that the Planning Commission didn't, while it was certainly part of the discussion, which is reflected in the motion that was made, which is also in your packet, the reasons for the recommendation for denial, are not specifically addressed to the use, but to the district itself. I don't know. I hope that answered the question. But
yeah, it did in part, Mr. Palin, but I just wanted to draw your attention to like I heard a lot of feedback from residents, and they were talking about, well, in this particular operation, the belief is that there will be cars on the site that could pose an environmental risk. And so, you know, I take all those calls and then I go and research those calls and I try to figure it out, and that's when I went back and I watched the meeting, and I thought that it was relatively unfair to put the petitioner in a position to answer use questions that specific when their project will never be approved if they have environmental issues when they get to the site submission. So in essence, what happened is that like 70% of the back and forth questions from the public and answers from the commission members, why wasn't there more done to, well, I mean, it happens. It happens here almost, every board meeting. But procedurally, it's important to stay on the issue at hand, because in this, it was a simple rezoning that turned into site plan approval. And I did look at it, and I do see that it doesn't request the denial based on site plan use, but this was not presented to the Planning Commission as a conditional rezone where the petitioner had an obligation to answer any and all. There are two bites that the public gets at them. So if there's a petition to rezone, you deal with that, and then a building plan comes forward later and you can dive much deeper. This combined both and then punished the petitioner, in my opinion, and I'm wondering procedurally, how did we get so far off and treat this as like a conditional rezone?
Yeah, it's not unusual that uses will be discussed. And I think that's important for the discussion sometimes. If you're going to have, heavy manufacturing, it's heavy manufacturing. And a lot of the same impacts are going to be the same, irrelevant of what the use is. That's why we have zoning districts with different categories to those districts, whether it be light manufacturing or heavy manufacturing. So yeah, I mean, the point's understood, and we've talked about that, you know, internally about how to, it always becomes a problem, especially on the ones that are more, you know, objectionable to the public, because there's a lot of emotion becomes involved. So, you know, we've talked about how do we cross that bridge of requiring the applicant to provide a feasibility sketch to show that a property can be developed if rezoned, but also make sure we're not taking too much into account with site plan issues. But as I stated, you still need to some degree be cognizant of that. Can you meet setbacks? Can you meet buffering requirements? Can you meet landscaping requirements? All that stuff's important to address. So, you know, it does come up in the conversation, but shouldn't be a basis for a decision.
Last question, and it's real quick. Is this property as it's zoned now consistent with cannabis use? Could this property be used as a permitted use under our existing ordinance for cannabis-related licenses?
The zoning is correct. The buffers would need to be determined depending on where the buildings are located. So zoning, yes, but buffers, not all areas.
So again, you have some additional licenses. It's not just retail cannabis. You could have a grow operation, so forth. There are permitted uses within that zone that fall within our current cannabis
In the M1?
use. Yes?
Yeah, right,
Thank
correct.
you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Palin.
Further questions from the board? Trustee Domingue.
Jonathan, why don't you also state what can all be put in M1 as of this time, so the rest of the residents know?
I'm sorry, I didn't fully.
Tell everybody what all can go in M1.
Oh, yeah.
You got the list, you know better. than
Yeah,
I do.
so for permitted uses, it's warehousing, storage, light industrial uses, which is a definition, which is typically, you know, manufacturing from pre-assembled parts. Utility service buildings, contractors' offices with garages, accessory uses and accessory outside storage, sleeping quarters for security and maintenance. Typically, you'll see that with self-storage. Then under special land uses, we have heavy repair garages, nurseries and greenhouses, outdoor storage, public utility buildings, residential one-family dwellings in a non-residential district, various retail uses, which is a lot more of like the, you know, farm implement sales, you know, uses that benefit an industrial district but may not be industrial in nature, and wireless communication towers.
And it came up with planning, but I want you to state it for the board. How tall could the industrial building be as it stands under M1?
In the M1 district, it's 35 feet tall.
Jonathan, in the planner's report, it indicates that there's not much M2 in the township available.
There is M2 available, but not necessarily of this size.
In this size.
Yeah, I think it's about 130 acres total.
And if granted, he's still got to come back for planning, and we apply all the general rules of what M2 demands.
Yeah, it would still be subject to all the zoning ordinance requirements, correct?
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Questions? Trustee Vosper.
Thank you. Question, I don't know, to Jonathan or the attorney. When, I did not watch the meeting of the Planning Commission, I just read the information that we have here, and it seems to me that the question is, or the recommendation included there wasn't enough evidence that the property couldn't be developed as M1. I think that was part of why you were asking what can you put on there. So can we just change it? Because can the Planning Commission make this recommendation, and can we uphold their recommendation and not be in violation of something else, some kind of ordinance or
You're not
statute?
No. Just take it back to square one. The Planning Commission has already been set as a recommending body only.
Right.
And, you know, to be fair, one thing everybody's missing is when the applicant made their presentation before the Planning Commission, the applicant brought up the specific use, not the Planning Commission. The applicant was represented, and my good friend, Mr. Scott, in the back, made a nice presentation on behalf of the applicant, and it was entirely about this specific proposed use to the exclusion of everything else. And he fielded questions from commission members about that specific use. And then we all came back to square one, which means this is not a conditional rezoning. Forget about what the specific use is going to be. The question is whether or not traditional zoning principles would support a rezoning of the property from M1 to M2. And the critical criteria that planning commissions throughout the state use are, is it consistent with the master plan? Is it consistent with surrounding land patterns? Those are the two most significant. The planning commission looked at it and said it is not consistent with the master plan and it is not consistent with surrounding land uses. They have made that recommendation to this board. This board is not bound by the planning commission's recommendation. You can give it deference or not. If the board makes an independent determination that in fact it is consistent with the master plan to rezone it to M2, and if you conclude that the M2 is consistent with surrounding land uses, then you can disagree with the planning commission and you could make a motion to approve it for reasons specifically set forth on this record. But the planning commission did not just consider that specific use. They considered the overall planning issues, and when you look at the planner's report, the planner specifically indicated that the existing M1 zoning is consistent with the current master plan. There's no doubt about that. So, you know, that planner's report at the beginning of the meeting was very thorough, but this board is free, if they choose, to go in a different direction as long as you articulate reasons on the record to support your motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Vosberg? Yes, Mr. Gannon, please.
You shut it off. It's back on, I think. One of the first recommendation item was there was no utilities. There's water there. I think your water department gentleman, Mr. O'Connor, would verify that. There's overhead Detroit Edison TCE power lines that bisect the property, and there's a consumer power gas line that dissects the property. So those things were there. The planner did say there's other M2, but most of them were already occupied in none of this size. And Mr. Scott in his presentation did make reference to the intended use as to a potential buyer from our clients. But that doesn't mean that's what's going to happen. And the planner did say that there's M2 immediately east of the railroad track, and this property abuts the railroad track. So in planning, it's not unusual to go from M2 to M2. Just like when I showed you the map and I put it in my presentation, part of this land was zoned agricultural for years. But since 1999, in this older zoning map that I have in my archives, which I gave to you, it was zoned M1. It's been zoned M1 since 1999. Isn't that some proof that it can't be used at the M1 because they haven't been able to find somebody that wanted to use this entire piece? And in conjunction with that, in the map that I provided to you and the planner provided, one of the parcels that's roughly 10 acres in size is landlocked. So that has to be used in conjunction with the other pieces because it doesn't have frontage on Bates Road and it doesn't have frontage on 25 Mile Road because it's a triangular piece adjacent to the railroad. So I think it was Mr. LaBelle that went out and looked at other places, and he's the one that made the motion because it would appear from the discussion at the Planning Commission that they were so concerned of a potential end use. And a good number of the people that spoke, some were from Chesterfield, some were from other jurisdictions because they said where they lived, they were opposed to it because they want to keep it green. Well, at one point in time in history, almost all of the township was agricultural, and it's grown over the last 30 or 40 years. And this is a natural progression of that industrial park. And that's how those other industrial parks, I gave you over there, Industrial Drive, the North Bay, that was all done through the private sector, property owners accumulating property, submitting rezoning requests, submitting site plan. And if this is an intended last use, my clients have to submit a site plan, and depending on what's proposed, it might even require a special approval land use, and then that's another public hearing before the Planning Commission. So I think it's appropriate that you do the rezoning and then go through those other processes as time progresses. And if the township has somebody that's interested in 130 acres to use it as M1, let us know. No cannabis people have approached my client as to these parcels because they're too big and they're off the beaten path. So we would ask that you not adopt the Planning Commission recommendation and rezone the property, all 4 parcels, to the M2 category, and then we would proceed pursuant to the zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the board? I'll open it up to the public. Comments from the public? If you could state your name when you speak, just for the record.
Yeah, good evening. My name's Herb Sawchuk. I just had my teeth removed, so I apologize for my speech. First of all, I'd like to compliment the board and all the Chesterfield staff on the wonderful Bassmaster tournament you had. I read a lot of good things in the paper, on the computer, and so forth. It was a tremendous function. We went through this, the Planning Commission. I don't want to go through a lot of things. One of the things is when you start doing spot zoning, and yes, there is some M2 further away from there. The M1 that was put in place was put in because of some legal settlement, is my understanding about it. It was agricultural prior to that. And giving 130 acres over to one vendor, essentially what we would be doing, and moving it to M2, I don't think it's going to bring a lot of tax revenue to the township or move us where we want to be. The next thing will be is someone will be asking for the agricultural land to be zoned to M2, and we're going to tear up everything on that end of the county by jumping around and rezoning areas. So I think the biggest issue, and I know the Planning Commission did discuss moving from M1 to M2, and some of their staff looked into it and looked at the map. And I ran into an issue once before where you guys, and this was a long time ago, where we came forward for rezoning, and the board didn't even know that they were spot rezoning. Once it was pointed out, they realized that they were making a mistake. And this was a smaller plot that they were plopping in a larger area. But I think you really need to look at the master plan and adhere to what it is, unless you do some restudying of your master plan and say, okay, this is the long-term needs of the township, this is where we want to go. But because it's driven by one person requesting something, I'm not sure that's the way we want to go. So I recommend you accept the Planning Commission's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comments?
There's something here I gotta touch. It's on, okay. Walter Hines, resident on the corner of Hagan and Bates. Many years. We've had a family presence on Hagan Road for 120 years. And 55 of that was by my family. My family is very interested in developing the county, the township, and everything, and we always have been. The problem is that when we were first confronted with this situation on the corner of Bates and 25, we were told about a salvage yard and a number of things, and the attorney obviously is a salesperson and he has clients to comply with. There are other M2s. I've looked at some others. The fact that it isn't too big, we don't know what too big is. There are a number of things, and I could go on for a long time, and my wife tells me I talk too much, so I will be very brief. I would ask that the board take the recommendation of the Planning Commission. We posted a number of exhibits and shared them with people, and there are a number of other things that I've had discussions with individuals on as to what can be developed under M1 very directly, and under the current ordinances, which I have read several times. M1 could be used for certainly light manufacturing. It could be used for residential, and it can be used for agricultural. And the fact that the attorney mentioned that we had an M1 structure, that, you know, and we know things can't stay forever, but we want good, solid recommendations and building that goes on in this area, not just somebody self-serving and putting in, and I hate to say it again, but a junkyard on 25 Mile Road, because that's what we were shown, and when we researched it, it just documented the fact that we were being totally schnookered. I'm sorry. And I've been schnookered before when with the Michaels group, when we fought it to get the garbage dump out of the supposed compost farm. So I would ask once again for the Township Board to act on the benefit of the people of Chesterfield, the voice of the people, because that's what we're talking about. Development will happen, but it has to be in a certain structure, and I know several people who would be more than willing to even put some financing in to these things, but not under a junkyard scenario. So please vote as the Planning Commission recommended to continue where we're at with M1, and we can make it a beautiful place. You already have a beautiful museum.
Sir, I got to cut you off. Sorry. If I do it for one, I got to do it for everybody. Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Any comments from the board? I have a motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to Trustee Joseph.
You have a motion to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation. Oh, sorry, I'll let
Clerk Berry, if you want to read the. They have a motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the requested rezoning. Clerk Berry.
Just for clarification to the board members, could the attorney just specify what a yes and no vote means on that motion?
To be blunt, you're not voting on anything. The issue before the board is whether or not to rezone the property. The applicant filed a petition to rezone the property from M1 to M2. The Planning Commission held a public hearing. They made a recommendation to deny it. It is now before you whether to rezone it or not to rezone it. Of course, you've considered the Planning Commission's recommendation. The decision now is yours whether or not to rezone the property or not. And if it's not, or if it is to do it, you have to give the reasons on the record. So you can, the motion to consider, withdraw that. It's of no significance. The issue is whether to rezone it or not.
So is the motion withdrawn and a different motion is being entered then?
My motion is to affirm what the Planning Commission recommended.
Okay, that's a different motion. Okay.
Correct.
So the motion is by Trustee Demink to deny the rezoning request.
Correct. For the reasons stated
By the
from the
plan.
Planning Commission members.
Support.
Continued support by Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate that. Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
No.
Clerk Berry, no.
Item 8G. I'm sorry. Clerk Berry.
1, 2, 3.
Hold up.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the motion was to deny the replanning, the rezoning request. That did not happen. It failed. So it's up to the petitioner to move forward.
Does Hank?
Correct.
Where do we stand?
Yep. Yeah.
Yes,
it stays-
M1.
It stays M1. It stays M1, folks.
Item 8G.
Item 8G is a recommendation by Supervisor Kersten to appoint Kyle Hecht to the Parks and Recreation Commission from August 8th, 2023 through March 1st, 2024.
Do I have a motion to approve?
Support.
Motion by trustee Vosberg, supported by Clerk Berry. Mr. Height, are you still here? We'll let the people clear them before we move on.
It's all their families. I knew they were going to stop this meeting.
Mr. Height, you want to take the podium if you don't mind, introduce yourself? Mr. Vanderson, would you come up and do the honors?
Yes, my name's Kyle Hecht.
Mr. Hecht is going for the Parks and Recreation Commission Board. He has been on previous boards in other communities that he's lived, and he would be an excellent addition to our current board.
Thank you, sir. Kyle, you want to say anything more, or a little bit of your background?
No, that wraps it up.
Covered
I
it?
moved to the community about 3 years ago. Moved out here to be with my in-laws. My wife grew up in New Baltimore. I spent about 15 years out in Walled Lake, Novi. I was on planning, zoning, parks and rec commissions, multiple other sub-commissions. So I enjoyed it, being part of the community, and I look to be involved with the community out here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board? Introductions? None? Trustee Joseph.
I just want to warn you, Mr. Height, I was right where you are about 20-plus years ago. I got involved with the Parks and Rec Commission. I got angry about my kid's t-ball field not being mowed, and came to the board, got frustrated with the answers I got, and now I've been here for about 12 years. So tell the family that this could be contagious, because when you get involved with Parks and Rec, you're in the heart of the operation. So it potentially is contagious, and you may find yourself wanting to get more involved, and I welcome that. So welcome to Parks and Rec.
Thank you.
I have a motion by trustee Vosberg, supported by Clerk Berry, to support the recommendation of Supervisor Kersten to appoint Kyle to the Parks and Rec Commission. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 8H.
Welcome, Kyle.
Thank you.
Item 8H is a recommendation by Supervisor Kersten to appoint Lisa Minter to the Beautification and Tree Board from August 8th, 2023 through July 1st, 2024.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to appoint. Support? Support. Treasurer Elliott? Michelle? We'll let you speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee DeMink. Was it you or? I'm sorry.
Lisa has been an active member at our Chesterfield Senior Center, among other things in Chesterfield, and so she is one to take a leadership role in the beautification committee, and we welcome that.
Introduce yourself if you don't mind.
I know Cindy. I work with the election committee. I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Joseph as I raised my son through Lance Cruz, through the band. I've been a community member since 2000. I love to give back to my community. I retired from Henry Ford Health System as a project manager for 15 years. And I'm just really excited about the opportunity that this brings to continue to make our city beautiful and inviting.
Thank you.
Mr. Supervisor, just wanted to
Trustee
say...
Joseph, please.
Sorry. Just wanted to say thank you, Ms. Mittner, because we work together very closely in our, support of our kids in band, and we've been through some real tragedies together, and I'm just happy to see that you are, here just continuing to give to the community with, everything that you've been through, and you're just a great lady, and I'm glad that you're able to take some time and commit to our township, and our township's better because of it, so thank you.
Thank you. I love Chesterfield, so.
I know you do.
So thank you.
Thank you. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee DeMink, to appoint Lisa Minturn.
Mr. Supervisor, I
Trustee
just have
Vosper.
a technical question regarding this and the other appointments. It says beautification and tree board. And before we had beautification commission, is that, are we renaming it, or is it a different
Yeah.
additional?
I apologize, yes, that was rolled into this appointment just because of the lack of participants that we were getting, so kind of had a dual role. I apologize for that.
Okay, so it is a new board, so to speak.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Supervisor?
Yes.
Just wanted to state that I highly recommend and I refuse to authorize or vote for this appointment if it means that I lose Lisa as an election worker. Then it's fantastic. Thank you.
Again, motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee DeMink, to approve the appointment. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink. Aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosper.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Absolutely.
Item 8I.
Item 8I is a recommendation by Supervisor Kersten to appoint Anthony Bonk to the Beautification and Tree Board from August 8th, 2023 through July 1st, 2024.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there support?
Second.
Clerk Berry. Mr. Bonk?
Tony has high aspirations for giving back to Chesterfield Township, and so we welcome him to the Beautification and Tree Board.
Hi, my name is Tony Bonk. Been in Chesterfield about 10 years now. I have 3 kids. We love the town. We love the township, the parks, the facilities, everything that we have going on, and I'm just excited to give back to the community and keep it going.
Thank you, sir. Questions, comments? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to confirm the appointment. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink. Aye. Trustee Vosper.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 8J.
Item 8J is a recommendation by Supervisor Kersten to appoint, is it LeRae? Was it
LeRae.
LeRae Smith to the Beautification and Tree Board from August 8th, 2023 through July 1st, 2024.
Motion to appoint by Supervisor Kersten.
Support.
Supported by Treasurer Elliott. She could not make it tonight.
Correct, yes. LeRae has high aspirations and a lot of good ideas for the Beautification Committee, and so we welcome her again into the board.
Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve the appointment. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 8K.
Item 8K is a recommendation by Supervisor Kersten to appoint Sean Kaplis to the Beautification and Tree Board from August 8th, 2023 through June 1st, 2024.
Supervisor Kersten
So-
going to make a motion, supported by
Support.
trustee Vosberg. I was told you weren't going to be here. You are here. I thought you
He's
had
here.
hockey. Thought you had hockey tonight.
So same thing, we have high hopes that Sean will have excellent things to add to the beautification board, and we welcome him into the board.
Questions, comments from the board? Sean, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Sean Kaplos. I live on Pinehurst. I've been in Chesterfield for about 5 years. My wife and my 2 kids, who I'm late to pick up. So I am excited to do this. I have not volunteered for the city before. I believe this is a pretty good stepping stone to see what it's like and to try to help out in the community that my children are growing up in. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
You're a hockey dad, you got my vote. Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 8L. If you want.
Thanks very much. Mike Rayner. Beautification kind of bothers me. I think about flowers and making things pretty. I've been disturbed for quite some time from my first opportunity to clean up 23 Mile Road with the help of the township. That we don't seem to really care too much about how crappy we look out there. The Gratiot Corridor, 23 Mile Road, the 2 principal roads in our city look terrible. We never talk about cleaning things up. Beautification. Beautification to me means we need to be proud. We drive down the road and things are clean and, you know, look good, and we're making a good impression to people coming into the township. I'm not saying it's all about flowers. I don't really know what it's all about, but it certainly doesn't sound like it means anything about cleanup. So I think we need to really think a little bit more about how we look. I know all the big money matters are important, and I understand that, and they're very important. But when it comes down to it, what do we look like, you know? I'm embarrassed at how we look. And I try to clean up. I cleaned cotton the other day. I couldn't stand looking at it anymore. And I just think it's kind of crazy that the appearance of this place looks the way it does. Now, if everybody else is satisfied, perhaps my expectations are too high. But I would like to see a greater effort to make us look good. So thank you very much. I'm sorry, Mike Rayner, 26175 Jack Grove Lane.
Thank you, sir. Again, congratulations to all those that were appointed.
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. I'm glad to see the board add this beautification and to the township. We definitely need it. There's no question about that. But in regards to what Mr. Rayner said, the Gratiot Corridor is the main artery to this township, and I think the main focus should be that Gratiot Corridor. So starting, you know, from where Chesterfield comes into play off of Hull Road or past where the church is to 26 Mile Road, it's horrible. And the only person that I ever see cleaning up or picking anything up in that area is Mr. Rayner. I mean, you know, he's one man, and I'll tell you what, for one man, I thank him multiple times for what he does for this township. But my suggestion to the beautification team would be to focus on that Gratiot corridor. It's the main artery, and it's an embarrassment. It looks horrible. So I drive up and down that corridor every day, and I'm ashamed on how it looks. And I haven't seen any incentive from any board member to clean that up. And to me, that's embarrassing. So, and that needs to be our main focus. I think your starting point should be right there. And Mr. Rayner, give Mr. Rayner a helping hand out there, keeping Gratiot looking nice and proud when people come to the township and use that main corridor. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public?
Mr. Supervisor, just for clarification, what are we commenting on? I don't know of a motion, like there's no motion, and this is, I think this is how we get off track. There's not good order to the meetings. People don't know when they're supposed to speak and on what, and the board members are scratching their heads. I don't know what you're doing over there. Like, it's just randomly, whenever you decide, let them speak, and then gavel them at other times, and so you lose control. You lose control of the meeting when you don't follow procedural. But
Ms. Young,
I'm listening.
Janice Young, 28714 Yorkshire. Sorry for out of turn, I didn't realize that. I just didn't realize you guys were all volunteers, so I really, truly appreciate that. I said before that I live and work in the community, so anything that can be done to make it look better, I'm all for that. I participated in the spring cleanup, and I was actually disappointed to see we just did parks. We did a little section on 21 Mile Road, but yeah, if there's ever more of that to be done, I would volunteer to help clean up. I work on Gratiot, and it's not real pretty, so I'd like to be part of that to help, and thank you, guys.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 8L. Clerk Berry.
Item 8L is to approve a recommendation by Public Services to adopt resolution number 2023-24, adopting the rules and regulations outlined in the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System MS4 program for Chesterfield Township's National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System NPDES permit.
Have a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Trustee Vosberg, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Mr. Kosier, would you please?
This resolution is to adopt the rules and regulations that we set forth in our MS4 and all the township properties. This is the MS4 permit that we apply for annually, and this one is just a new requirement required through Eagle to have the resolution signed by the board showing that we are adopting these standards that we put in the MS4.
Comments from the board? Comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public, I have a motion by Trustee Vosberg, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 8L. Clerk Berry?
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph. Aye. Trustee DeMink. Aye. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Aye.
Item 8M.
Item 8M is to approve a request by Public Services to adopt resolution number 2023-21, approving a pass-through water and sewer rate increase effective September 1, 2023.
Have a motion to approve. Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there support? Trustee Vosberg? Trustee Vosberg. Mr. O'Connor.
Good evening. Annually, every year, GLEWA, our water provider, GLEWA, and our sewage provider, OMID GLEWA, increases their rates to us to provide that service. We have not raised our rates to our customers since 2019. This proposed resolution would catch up with the GLEWA annual increases and the OMID GLEWA sewage treatment annual increases. Since 2019, GLEWA's rates have gone up 15.6%. We're recommending an 8.6% increase in the water rates, so as not to pass on we're just passing through their increase through our rates. The sewage increase since 2019 has been 9.7%. We're recommending a 5.9% increase in the sewage treatment rate. Again, this motion is a pass-through of those annual increases we've been receiving since 2019.
Thank you, sir. Comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, the pass-through idea, I understand. The non-rate increase for the last several years is paid for out of the enterprise fund, correct? So in terms of the water bill, you're saying that there was a deficit to the enterprise fund. So is it fair to say that the enterprise fund has basically been covering the cost of the increase?
Yeah, this is not a rate study. HRC.
Right,
and I'm trying to answer your question.
No. I just on the pass-through concept, when the Great Lakes, I'll ask it a different way. Great Lakes raises their rates, and we don't. That erodes the enterprise fund. In essence, the enterprise fund covers the difference.
Yeah, the township is covering the difference. I don't know if it's specifically the enterprise fund or the water.
It is.
Fund.
It is. But
Okay.
what I'm saying to you is, when we had our internal audit and we came back and we talked about the fitness of the enterprise fund, I asked a critical question because my objective is the enterprise fund should reflect a balance that is, that we structure our rate for the resident with the enterprise fund balance in mind. And the enterprise fund should be based constructively on either some metrics, 6 months of revenue, 6 months of expenditures, 12 months of revenue, consideration of what capital improvements are. We don't seem to understand what is a maximum enterprise fund or a minimum enterprise fund. And so if you have arguably too much money in the enterprise fund, then you could say that you're overcharging the rate customer. You're overcharging. If you don't know what the maximum's supposed to be, how can you argue against it? What is the metric for the enterprise fund?
Yeah,
is my point.
and again, the enterprise fund isn't water and sewer rate paid by the customers. Into the enterprise fund also goes inspection fees, development fees. A lot of things go into the enterprise fund. And again, it will take a rate study to extract those items from the enterprise fund and see what the actual cost to the water and sewer customers should be. That's why I'm hesitant to answer your question. The enterprise fund isn't just the water and sewer rates. There's other things that go into the enterprise fund.
I understand that it isn't the entirety. I'm just simply saying the bulk of the enterprise money comes from the rate customer. That's a fair statement, Mitch.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely. More than half of it is from, absolutely.
So if you don't know what an appropriate maximum is or an appropriate minimum, you're basically just sort of winging it in terms of what you think the appropriate rate for the customer is. I've argued that for a better part of 10 years.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that we could say, knee-jerk, they raised their rates, because their rates are based on a whole bunch of infrastructure-related things too. We got to get to a point where we're structuring our water bill with the idea of capturing a certain enterprise fund balance, a maximum and a minimum, and every year the audit comes up, I say, what should the metric be? Oh, we really don't know. That's up to the township to decide. You know, that's based on your capital improvement plans. It's based on whether or not you want to save and maintain an enterprise fund for 6 months of expenditure, 6 months, a year, whatever. I don't care what the metric is, but we don't have one. And so how do we know that our rate is appropriately, in place? And just, I say let the enterprise fund cover it until there's, the residents have already paid for it. Let the enterprise fund cover it until we get to a place where we can say, this is why we're confident in the water rate. But we can never say that. We just always, talk about, well, they raised, we raised, and we think this is, I don't think this is a good science. I don't think this is a good policy, Kathy Elliott. I just don't think the policy here is consistent with understanding what we should have in the enterprise fund. That's all.
Any further?
I do want to make a comment. HRC, again, Jamie Burton has been, they are doing a rate study which will analyze all of that information. And in December, it's my understanding, they will be back in front of this board with a rate study. This is not a rate study. We are trying to recapture since 2000, not recapture, we're trying to catch up since 2019, the GLEWA increases and the sanitary sewer treatment charge increases.
Mitch, my question to you is, how do you know you're behind? Why do you think that you have to catch up if you don't know what should appropriately be in the enterprise fund? You don't know what the minimum or the maximum should be, but you're certain that there's a catch-up that must happen. And I'm saying to you, I don't think we should get, death by 1,000 cuts for the residents, because we all know what's coming in December. This is peanuts compared to what they got coming in December, but it softens the blow, so we do it now, and I don't think that's appropriate. If we have a rate study in the mix, let's just wait till December. Certainly the enterprise fund can absorb these 5% catch-up and 8% catch-up that you're calling them, and let the residents get a full understanding of what their rate is about. And that I think is inconclusive now, and I would ask that we not pass through or catch up or any of these other terms until we have quantifiable data that says this is what your rate should be. That seems to be a fairly straightforward approach. We don't know what the rate is, but we're just going to catch up, and that's not right, in my opinion.
Further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Supervisor Kersten.
Treasurer
Yeah.
Elliott.
Is some of the things that we're discussing, are those appropriate for the finance director to address or for you to address?
We make her available. Vicki, do you want to address any of those? Fund balance,
would you mind
auditor's report?
Yeah, please.
Which the auditors did present a balance in the last board meeting.
And overall, with the rate study, we will be looking at everything in its entirety. I do have to say, for the water and sewer fund, each year you can see the erosion of what we have in our cash balance, because the enterprise fund is a full accrual account. And when you look at it, it doesn't have the same metrics as general fund would be, because you have all of your capital assets and everything else in it. Is there a specific question? Because I could just...
I think, yeah, thank you, because you weren't prepared for this, but I know you know a lot of this off the top of your head, and Trustee Joseph is bringing up some points that maybe you can give us some clarity on, so I think you're headed in the right direction. Did you have anything in specifically, Trustee Joseph?
No, Treasurer Elliott, I've had these conversations with Ms. Bauer, and the comment like you're not prepared. She's always prepared. You just got to ask her a specific question. I don't need any clarity on this. I think again, my concern is been stated, and I'm not going to replow it, because I'll just stay here all night pounding the same point. I understand, and I don't have any questions of you, Ms. Bauer. Thank you.
I think your point about the enterprise fund, and you're seeing that you're seeing that going downward, the downwards trend, and that's been over the years.
Yeah, so essentially, during this budget session too, I look forward to expanding on and looking at our capital plan, because that's, Plant Moran gets up here, and like, Trustee Joseph said, there's a lot of things that go into where your fund balance should be. And throughout the last few years, we are expanding and making sure that our infrastructure is stable, and there's a lot of different projects that are on the table. So when we look at this next budget season that's coming up, we're actually doing that right now, we are analyzing all the different costs that go into it. And one of the things, by not increasing those rates and letting the fund balance or the cash balance decrease, is it limits those larger projects, because you are utilizing what's left in there. But again, that's going to be a board choice on the different projects that we're doing. And I think that, again, kind of a spur of the moment thing, but I do want to say that that's something that we are highly looking at with this budget process coming up.
Anything further? Further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Thank you.
Joe Kadich, I live on Sutton. You're after an increase that probably is justifiable. I haven't seen the numbers on which it's based. Being part of the Water Review Board back when we developed what the water rates should be entirely, and it's reflected in the water bill. And in that water bill back then, it included everything, labor cost, everything with the labor, the benefits, the trucks, everything that was involved there, including the lease or the payment for buying the structure that they're housed in. It also included approximately little over $2 million. This last year it was like $2.75 million for depreciation of the in-ground lines. And it's been that way ever since, well, I was involved, which was what, 2015. So looking over the last 7 years, there should be $2 million plus for every year in that fund to replace lines. Now, over the past years, we've replaced one line along 23 Mile Road. There's supposed to be two parts to that. They replaced one part. That was $2 million. Now, those people paid in their bill, the money was assigned and collected for the depreciation, that $2 million plus a year. Now, after all of these years, with no lines being replaced, one would expect that there'd be $12, $15 million in that fund more than what's in it. It's not there. It was used for other things. And it wasn't used for that. And it was used for other things that it shouldn't have been used for. And it was sanctioned by this board and by the previous board. And now here you are 7 years later saying, oh, we missed over the last year and a half or the last 3 years, we didn't collect $1.5 million from you guys that should have been collected. Well, you want to collect that $1.5 million? Tell us where the other 12 or 15 million went to. Like Joseph says, lay it all out now. Tell us what we're going to hit for. Tell us where the money went, and then come at us and say we need this $1.5 million, because it didn't show up in the audit, deliberately didn't show up in the audit, because it basically all they looked at was what went in and what came out. They didn't look at where did you spend the money. It was all spent on things other than the water department, I bet. So before you guys do this, you can do it, nobody's going to stop you. But I'd sure as hell better be prepared to tell us where that money went when you come up with your new plan and how much it's going to be.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Janice Young on Yorkshire. I try really hard to not be flippant or mad when I'm up here, but I also try very hard to inform residents of important topics. And I printed the agenda on Sunday evening, and this topic was not on that agenda. I have that copy right here. So between Sunday night and tonight, it was put on the agenda. So I wasn't prepared to even talk about it, to look at it, or to even think about it. I don't think it's very fair to the residents to have that happen either. So I'd like to know if it's in the APO somewhere, when their changes to the agenda have to be posted, if there's some kind of announcement, something to indicate that there's been a change made to the agenda. And I do not want this water increase to go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. In regards to the water increase, before we do any sort of water increase, I'd like to get a study on this and looked at to look to where we can be efficient where we're not being efficient, and just listening to what I've heard, it's obvious, it's inevitable that we're going to have some sort of increase on the residents. According to Mitch, there hasn't been a rate increase to 2019. So the enterprise fund, there's a certain level, like Trustee Joseph said, that we need to have in that fund in case of emergencies. We've just gone through an emergency within the last week and a half, so we need to be prepared for any type of emergencies that arise in the township. But we also have to be smart about it. So before we make any sort of increase, I'd like to see some sort of study on this, and maybe we used to have a group of volunteers that got together that worked on the water rates and the efficiency of the water department, where the money was going and how much of an increase we would need to the residents. So if we could look at that before, and one of the most important things is we need to know what the max should be that we should have in that fund and what the minimum is. Because again, I mean, every one of us went through the emergency crisis that we went through last week. So as a township, we need to be prepared. I mean, it's not going to be the last time that we're going to have a water issue in this township. So let's just be prepared and be smart about it. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Comments from the board? No comments from the board. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott.
Mitch, do you have comparison to other communities, our rates? I know you're shaking your head no, sorry.
I do not.
I know that we're very low. Yeah, we're very low. And so if we look at this just from what we do know, from 2019 to this is 2023, so 4 years, you take 8.5%, you divide it by 4, right? You've got 2.1%. Just by the rate of inflation, we've come in way under rate of inflation. Am I correct? And what was your assessment to get to this number of 8.5?
We took for the water, we took the GLEWA increases annually, which added up to 15.6%. And then we ran that through our rate. And basically we pay half of our money, the customers pay half their money for GLEWA to bring the water to the township border. The other half of that rate is for the township to distribute that water main with township water mains to the users. So GLEWA has raised their rate to bring it to our border. We're passing that increase through to the township residents. We're not increasing the township cost to distribute the water main. And it's the same thing for the sewer. The township sends their sewage basically to the border, and then it's picked up by the county and taken to the treatment plant. So the county's cost to take it from our border to the treatment plant has increased roughly 8%. But we're not increasing our cost of our sewer mains and manholes to get the sewage to the border. That analysis will be done by HRC. It's being done by HRC, the guy that was here for the water storage. And in December, he will have a rate study, a full-blown rate study, which will discuss all the components.
Thank you. Any further comments? Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding this, the rate increase that is before us today is just, I know you said it before, but it's just what they're passing, we're passing on to our users what they have billed us for, the increases they have billed us for. And I'm sure that our expenses have gone up, and we are not factoring that in at this point. That number will be what we will factor in when we find out the results of the study, correct?
Correct. Our costs have gone up probably since 2019.
Right, we can assume our costs
Yeah,
have
that's
gone-
not reflected in this rate increase.
Correct. So this is an increase that's will get us going, and it'll have to be readjusted again once we get that study. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph.
Well, correct. I get we get it to our border, and then there is no increased cost just because the commodity goes up. We don't have any increased cost. That is part of the rate study. That is all inclusive on the rate study. So this idea that we're foregoing our costs just because they increase their cost, we don't have any increased costs associated with their rate increase. We could have increased costs associated with just service delivery. It has nothing to do with the GLEWA rate increase. Nothing. We have historically kicked up whatever they charge and then a little bit for the township. That's the way it was done before you got here, Mitch. And that was outrageous because what was happening is you go, oh, Detroit raised those rotten SOBs, we got a raise, and we really didn't incur any additional cost by the pay raise. There's no we get a great bonus. What you're talking about are all of the things that go into the cost of bringing the water from the border to, and that's part, as I understand it, of the rate study. Why wouldn't we just let the rate study dictate what the cost of the product is, and we can include all of our capital improvements, and you can make the pitch for efficiencies and vehicles and staff and all of that. This is, I think, an attempt to mitigate what we know will be a massive water rate increase, so we'll play the catch-up game, and we're going to give you a break on what it cost us. There's no additional cost associated with the GLEWA rate increase. So there would be no reason to do anything but talk about the actual rate. Why not do that in December when you got a big comprehensive rate study?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Trustee Joseph?
Sure.
Do you mind?
Treasurer Elliott.
Okay, thank you.
complete?
No, I'm happy.
No,
if
I
can answer it, I'll try.
have a question. So you've been on the board for 10 years. You've passed water rate increases before, correct?
Yes.
From 2012 to 18. Would that be correct?
Yes, yeah, of course, sure.
Why didn't you do it? This would have been pre-me. So
Yeah.
why in 2019 and 2020 did you guys not pass those rates through?
Well, obviously, it takes 4 votes, right? So I don't necessarily have day-to-day control over the water department, but what we did when we had the water rate, water and sewer rate advisory committee, is that we agreed that we would allow citizens to be involved, and those individuals could ask questions when rate increases came. So if we had a rate increase, and we have water rate people in the audience, what we did is we had a true pass-through. We were able to look at every time. If they raised them twice a year, then we did that through a mechanism on the RTS. So we didn't try to reconfigure the commodity rate and so forth. We just looked at the rate and we tried to capture that in an RTS. The reason that wasn't sustainable is because it was supposed to be a port in a storm. That RTS increase was really not a true billing mechanism. It was designed to try to keep pace in exchange for a more comprehensive study, which was never materialized. We went on to different things. There was no real deep dive into the rate. So I can only speculate from my vantage point. The mechanism for the rate increase was an addition incrementally to the RTS. Through some litigation that occurred, it really wasn't the greatest thing to continue to increase your bill by way of the RTS, so I believe it was abandoned as a result of that. Consequently, Mitch is right, we haven't had these pass-throughs in a few years, but I think we can recapture it all if you have a quantitative analysis and you come back with the rate study, then you have an argument. This is just, we know we need and would like more, so this is our attempt to capture some of that. I just think it's just poorly timed, and it's not based on anything that the rate study will reveal to us. So I hope I answered it as best I could do.
Thank you. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 8M. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Yes.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, no.
Item 8N.
Item 8N is a recommendation to update Administrative Procedure Order Number 072018, Elected Officials Compensation, replacing all references to AFSCME Number 1917 Management Group with Government Employees Labor Council GELC Management Group and to defer a 2023 annual wage increase for full-time and part-time elected officials.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there support?
Support.
Supported by Treasurer Elliott. Director Duchesne, would you like to address?
For our part, the change was suggested because, as mentioned earlier, the labor groups changed from AFSCME to GELC. The amendment portion of the order changes that language only.
Yeah, Mr. Supervisor, I'd request consideration of a friendly amendment in that the APO change from AFSCME 1917 to the GELC Government Employees Labor Council, that instead of using the elected officials' compensation attaching to the department heads, I would ask that you amend your motion to align your raises with the firefighters of IAFF. That it seems to be a more appropriate alignment, given that they are headed potentially to arbitration, and the GELC is positioned to get potentially the most lucrative pay increases of all the township employees. So why not attach the raises for the government officials with those that get the least, and that would be IAFF. I would ask for a friendly amendment to your motion. I'm sorry, I asked for a friendly amendment, and
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Thank you.
And again, I'm not interested in the raises myself this year, so that'll be covered in this agreement. Any further questions from the board?
Yes.
Treasurer Clerk Berry?
Thank you. I believe just for clarification, I spoke with Human Resource Director Duchesne, and this is one of the things I asked him about earlier today. So I said, so the deferral of the 2023 annual wage increase for all elected officials, when does that defer to, and is it consistent with the management group or any other non-union represented contracted employees who will receive that? And so, and he said that the answer that I got, and I just saw, maybe I should just ask Director Duchesne to share with the board, because I thought the word defer was a little misleading. We're not deferring it to any point. It seems to me a deferral would be to some point in the future, but this is actually a cancellation of that raise for elected officials for 2023 to pick up in 2024 to then go back into step with the management unions commensurate raise increases. Is that correct? If you could just kind of share with the board.
That's a good summary of how I understand this to operate. Placed before you, this would be how we would administer it. Would be no change in 23, but in 24, it would resume under the APO other conditions that are already existing.
And also, this is historical. This was how it was been done for the past 8 years.
As in tied
Pay
to
raises for elected officials.
a
They were
group.
tied to a management agreement.
At least, yeah, I don't go back further than 5, but it's been that way when I came here.
Just point of information, you propose an amendment to an APO, and then you add a caveat to defer to the APO? So you're making an amendment to change the APO? Aren't those two separate issues, and shouldn't you bifurcate if I could finish my question?
Please.
You're amending the APO, and then you're putting in an additional sort of deferral, which is not part of the APO, which is a decision to bypass the APO. You have two issues wrapped up into this. Do you think it might be easier to bifurcate these and consider them separately? Or do you just mash them all together and
No,
whatever?
it's all consistent in one. The language, the APO is the clarification that you had asked for in the last board meeting. So that was part of it. And included in that was a statement that the management or the elected officials' compensation was tied to those agreements. So on top of that, I'm saying defer it until.
And you just mash it in
2024.
there with the APO?
Yeah.
Brilliant.
For this
Thank you.
year. Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. I'm going to have to agree with Trustee Joseph on this. I'd like to see this deferral for the elected officials tied in with the fire department. So I believe they're the ones getting the short end of the stick in this, and I think Trustee Joseph is spot on that. And then I'd like another amendment to this, to where our elected officials have no pay increase till the end of this contract. And I'm going to tell you why I feel that our elected officials, which are three, the supervisor, the treasurer, and the clerk, don't need a pay increase. I've got a supervisor making over $100,000 in this township. I've got a treasurer that's making over $93,000 plus benefits, and I've got a clerk making $93,000 plus benefits. I've got a treasurer that's been in that spot for almost 3 years now that has bounced more checks in this township than any other treasurer I know. She doesn't work a full-time 40-hour work week, and she's had trouble balancing in her department for the last 3 years. We had to bring Ellen Clark back, the person that she bullied, she harassed and pushed out to balance her books. So no way does the treasurer deserve a pay increase, so in any of this contract. And to the residents are the ones that flip the bill for our elected officials. I've got a supervisor, again, that's making over $100,000. The average resident in this township makes between $50,000 and $60,000. So, and if you look at neighboring communities on what the elected officials are making compared to the amount of time that they work and what they put in here, you guys are all overpaid. So you should not be asking for a pay increase. And Kathy, I know you're smirking there. So when you worked at Costco, you had to justify why you deserved a pay increase. But you couldn't even get to that point for justification because they walked you out at that point. So, yep. So no pay increase for you, no pay increase for the supervisor, and no pay increase for the clerk. I think you guys are well compensated by the residents for the amount of time that you put in and work. So, and again, the most important thing in this contract is separating this and putting it with the fire department. So again, I think they're way overlooked, and I don't think anybody on this board fights hard enough for public safety, especially our fire department. They're, for some reason, I don't know why they're overlooked, and they're the stepchild in this town.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
In regards to putting out there for a pay increase, whether or not it's for this year or next year, I want to take note and give a little bit of a history lesson. The last amendment to the federal Constitution is actually the 27th. It was ratified in 1992, even though it was proposed in 1789. And it says, no law varying the compensation for services of the senators and representatives shall take effect until an election of a representative shall have intervened. Essentially, what that says is, if you vote for a pay increase, it doesn't take effect until the next election's results are in. So it's the next government that benefits from that. Essentially, in layman's terms, you can't vote yourself a pay increase. And I wonder if that, if if for a benefit of trust, reestablishment within our township can be administered, maybe that would be a good point of contention. Have that as, if you're going to vote a pay increase, it doesn't take into effect until November of next year. By that metric, should you win re-election, then that means voters have regained the trust for you to retain seats on the board, and thus you can be rewarded with a pay increase. Other than that, though, I don't see, with how contentious things have been, any type of pay increase is justified, whether it be this year or next year. But with that being said, I think that Trustee Joseph is 100% correct. If you are going to make any types of changes for pay increases, then you need to also address the people that have fallen short. The biggest people who have fallen short are firefighters, and this needs to be addressed. It needs to be brought up consistently until a solution is made. The problem will persist. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any further comments from the public? Bring it back to the board. Comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Would you consider a friendly amendment that includes a deferral of the annual wage increase for the elected officials, both full and part-time, for the balance of the contract?
Absolutely.
I would ask that you make that a deferral for pay raises for us for the balance of the contract.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
It'd be cancel, not deferral.
Pardon me?
It'd be cancel, not deferral.
For the entire length of the contract?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I will consider that one, yes.
Okay. If you would make that part of your motion, I would support it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Brad, yeah. Cancel.
I have a motion. It was supported by Treasurer Elliott to use the word cancel for the existing term of their contract. Okay? Will you continue to support that?
Yep, continued support.
So the support is there from Treasurer Elliott. Is there any further discussion from the board?
No, sir.
Clerk Berry.
I just had a question. So I'll share Trustee Joseph's desire to have, I would have preferred to take both of these issues separately. This kind of looks like a typical tie bar. This is what they called them when I worked with the state legislature, when they wanted to put things together that one person might not approve, but the other person has to, and they kind of put, and it's called tie barring. And that's exactly what it looks like. I just like to have those two things separated because they don't seem to go together. Not that I'm opposed to either one. It's just, they didn't make sense to me together either. But that being, with that, just to give some rationale for why we're choosing, or why we're discussing canceling the wage increases for full-time elected officials and part-time elected officials. Is it a cost-saving measure? Are we trying to be consistent with some other protocols? I'm just wondering what kind of the rationale is. And then just to, I don't normally answer questions when I hear them from the audience, but because I was here at the time that this APO was adopted with regards to adopting pay increases, when this APO was adopted back in 2018, it was for the next board. It did not impact the current board. So that was exactly the process that was used, so that we weren't, that board wasn't voting on its own pay raises. It was voting on the raises and the process for the following board. So we did follow that. But so I was just wondering, just so people can understand why we're doing why we're considering this. Do we need to, is it a cost-saving measure, or is there, we're trying to gain some consistency with some other process or protocol? Just wondering.
Any further questions?
That was a question. I didn't know why.
Obviously, there's a cost saving. There is a cost saving to canceling the pay scale increases for elected officials.
Sure. I just didn't know if, I was unaware that we were in a position where we had to save money because we just had our audit and they said we were very sound, and I just didn't know where that kind of was coming from. It kind of came out of nowhere. We hadn't discussed it yet. And I just was kind of curious.
The impetus of it was brought up 2 weeks ago that it was tied to my salary. I'm waiving it, and I'm very good with it. So even to the extent of going for the term of the contract, I'm still good with it.
Right, but we could certainly, excuse me, we could certainly afford to cover them.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So it's, I just don't want, I just don't want anyone listening thinking that we're,
You are absolutely correct.
Okay.
that We are financially sound.
We
You
could
heard
do
the
that,
auditor's
yes.
report. This became a discussion at the last board meeting. So again, that was my initiative.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Supervisor? I like the strategy, the impetus there is like, we'll pull the board and give everybody an opportunity to provide, their rationale. It's not usually done, but the concerns that I have about money, I don't see the glowing land of milk and honey, but what I heard from the board is nobody here is interested in a pay raise. It's not something that anyone is debating or arguing about, and we can eliminate any discussions about which unit it's paid to. We just cancel our pay raises, and that sort of diffuses all of the other discussions, in my opinion.
That's
So,
exactly it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Since it was an issue, I
Okay.
make it a non-issue.
Great, I agree. Thank you.
Trustee Vosberg.
I have a question. When does the elected officials contract, when is our pay good through? January of 24? I mean, I'm sorry, January of 25?
25. When we discuss that labor agreement in closed session.
Okay.
Term is what we'll discuss.
When does, so when, because this, the reason I'm asking is, it's my understanding you can't reduce an elected person's pay.
Yes, we are not
So-
reducing, we're just foregoing the percentage increases that were afforded that group.
So I guess to the, our attorney, is this okay for us to do? I don't care that I'm giving up the pay raise, I just want to make sure we're in compliance with what we're supposed to be doing.
You're absolutely right. You cannot reduce an elected official's pay during their term in office. I read this as you're not reducing the pay, you're foregoing a pay increase.
Thank you. A motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 8N, and we use the word cancel. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, no.
Item 8O.
Item 8O is to approve a recommendation by the Department of Public Safety to enter into an agreement between the Chesterfield Township Police Department and Families Against Narcotics Comeback Quick Response Team to reduce the stigma associated with substance abuse.
So moved.
Second?
Director Bassett.
Thank you. This is a request to enter into an MOU with the Families Against Narcotics Comeback Quick Response Team. Actually, I have Erin here as well. She is the program director, so I'll let her speak to it in just a minute. But this is a continuation in my business in law enforcement. 20 years ago, our one focus was on law enforcement. The reality is we're going and we're interacting on the public safety side, both fire and police, with those who are struggling with addiction. And this is a big step forward in trying to, work with prevention, treatment, and recovery for those folks, as opposed to, again, how we may have approached this 20 years ago. So Erin, if you don't mind coming up, I'd like you to talk just a little bit about the program. You had to wait quite a while to get here.
Thank you. I'm Erin Wyckoff. I'm the Program Director for Families Against Narcotics Comeback Quick Response Team. The program is a community-based outreach program where we partner with law enforcement and other first responders. And we interact with people in your community who have had contact with, primarily with law enforcement, but also with other first responders as a result of their substance use issues. And we work with them and their families to connect them with recovery resources in an attempt to help them improve their quality of life. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the program.
Trustee DeMink.
It's a great program. I'm quite aware of it. I work for Sterling.
Sure.
You probably recognize last
Yes.
name. My son's quite involved in this. So they go out with social worker, check on people who have overdosed like the day before or when they go back.
Mhm.
David, I'm sure you're quite familiar with it through drug court, how they do it, but it's a great program. I'm glad it's coming to Chesterfield and that Director Bassett brought it in, but I've seen it work wonders, and I see what the guys do at my department. Thanks.
Yeah.
Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, just not to reconstitute everything that Trustee Demink just said, but I think many of us on this board have worked very closely with Judge Davis and the fan organization through a number of programs, and you just continue to spin out additional resources for individuals who are trapped in addiction and in some instances mental health, and helping them to take control of their life, whether it's Hope Not Handcuffs, this program, or any of the others. So we're glad that you partnered with Chesterfield, and please convey my appreciation to Judge Davis.
I'll do that.
I ditto the same comments. Great program. Tell
Great.
Judge Davis we said hello.
Yes, she's a
Trustee
great
Boswell.
leader.
And I don't see, there's no fees involved in this, correct?
There are no fees involved. The majority of the program costs are covered through grants that we receive through DHHS and other funding sources. There may be some overtime for law enforcement. So upfront, there are some small fees that may be incurred by the Public Safety Department. The goal of the program, though, is to reduce repeat encounters that your first responders are having with people who are either overdosing or committing petty crimes as a result of their substance use. So hopefully you'll see a reduction in those repeat calls, and hopefully less need for our services in the future, and less overtime incurred by your department.
Thank you. Just to clarify, you rightly said there might be cost to the department with overtime, sending people for training or whatever, but you are not billing us for these services, correct?
No, we provide a peer recovery coach and a family recovery coach that go out with your police officers, and their fees are covered through our grant funds.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any further questions? Further questions? Comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Conner Drive. I fully support this program. I've talked to a few officers in Sterling Heights. It's a great program. I'm glad to see it come to Chesterfield. And in this case here, Trustee Vosberg, even if there were some incurring costs, I would be more than willing to absorb the cost. This is a benefit for our residents. It's a good thing. Our community needs this. I fully support it, and I'm 100% behind it. Thank you for coming to Chesterfield.
Any further comments from the public? I have a motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 8O. Clerk Berry?
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Supervisor.
Clerk Berry, if I can make a motion to suspend our rule terminating the meeting at 10:30 and continue on with the agenda, I believe we can finish it tonight.
Okay. So
Do I have
motion-
support for that?
Support.
Supervisor Kersten, just one quick thing, I apologize, and I just wanted to mention this, and I should have mentioned this initially. So if there are any costs as part of the national opioid settlement, the department is able to use funds. So if this is not just overtime, but even during the regular business, if we incur any costs in participating in the program, we're able to use those funds to cover this cost. So not only is FAN not a cost to us, but even the personnel costs that we have internally, anticipating, hopefully we'll get an approval this evening, we've already started to set up how we're going to track that so that we can then recover those costs through the opioid settlement. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Apologize for cutting you off. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to suspend the 10:30 termination rule for the board. Clerk Berry?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 8P.
Item 8P is a discussion of the current cannabis application process.
So this is my item. I put this on at the last minute. There appears to be some difficulty here that we are experiencing with our online application process for cannabis. The process is not working. I think it's problematic, and I'd like to, I know Clerk Berry is going to want to talk about it in detail and provide her update, but the last update I got just before the meeting here is that the online process and application is not working and not functioning, and it's concerned. I did email legal counsel this week voicing some of the issues that are concerns that I had. We were, our ordinance was supposed to take applications on the first of the month, and to date, we have not had a single application that has been processed or at least received and paid for. So with that being said, I think that we need to look at alternatives, and I'll turn it over to Clerk Berry because I know she's deeply embedded and entrenched in this process. So those are my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Yes, as most of you may know, the Clerk's Department processes all licensing for the township with the exception of building permits. And we used to do garage sale permits. We don't anymore. But we do liquor licenses, going out of business sale licenses, precious metals and gems. We've been doing that. That's the clerk's function, is that one of their functions is that we do all of the licensing processes here for the township, for every other license in the township. Our staff is pretty well experienced in that. It's the same process basically for any license for the most part. The application is taken at the clerk's office, whether that be online electronically or whether that is hard copy paper, and then it is routed to the appropriate departments for approval, comes back to the clerk's office for final review. If there are any bonds that need to be posted or any fees that need to be paid, that's paid at the treasurer's office, and then we will process the licensing from there as well as any renewals. If an item needs to come to the board for any reason, we also facilitate that as well. So with regards to this particular cannabis application process, or the marijuana application process, we are showcasing a new process for us. These particular types of applications are taken in this manner with this particular format in many places in the state. Our process particularly has been based on the city of Lansing. It is exactly the same platform that they use. It is exactly the same format that they use. So we didn't recreate the wheel. We weren't interested in doing that. We wanted to use what was already working. So we adopted that. We've had this software for a while. However, we hadn't fully utilized it. So this was an opportunity for us, as we had expected, and we do expect for all of our licensing processes to move through this same platform. So this just happened to be the next one that was up, and we had the opportunity to do that. So we took an already existing platform that was being used by another community very successfully, and we implemented it here. So there were a couple of issues that we encountered, as with any new software application. It was not a new software, but it was a new application process for us. Again, it's not new, but it's new for us. And so we had a couple of issues. The first day that we took applications, which was August 1st, and that was a software issue. It had to do with our internal IT. That was resolved. They would have had it resolved that day, although we had a water main break, an emergency to deal with. So there were needs there as well. But we did address that issue with our IT department and a couple of other IT vendors who were able to assist us, and that was remedied by the next day. So we haven't had any concerns or issues that we are aware of. We have contacted, we had 5 applicants, or 5 registrants, and the purpose for that is the one thing that we did that was different than the other communities that use this is we implemented an additional layer of security, and that is we had potential applicants register for an account so that it would set up a secure link that only those applicants would be able to access and those who were authorized by the township to do so. So that was the only additional piece that we put in. As it would figure, that is exactly the piece that where we were having issues. So that was resolved within a 48-hour period, as best that I'm aware. We have contacted all of the registrants. There is only one that we're aware of that is having an issue, and that was, from the best that we can determine, more or less just user issue, user error, just trying to help navigate through the process and through the application. So our other registrants have not had any issues or concerns with uploading documents or utilizing the form that we provided for them. However, because we did have one applicant who seemed to be challenged in some way, and we did provide and offer all the technical support that was required, and as our last check today, we called all of those registrants and no one is having any issues. So, however, that being said, the fact that everyone is able to access the application, so I'm not quite sure where the miscommunication is, but we spoke with all of them directly, and no one's having any other issues aside from the initial bump in the road that we had, and I think we've gotten past that. However, we do have a paper application available online that applicants can also print out, download, and submit hard copy if they are having any issues that we can't solve with the online process. However, the reason we have not had any applications submitted, we asked that question as well, and we've been calling pretty much every day to these registrants since for the last 4 business days. They kind of ask us why we keep calling them, because they're like, everything's okay, we don't know why you're calling, but we want to make sure, this is new, and we knew we had a bump in the road the first day. So that is why we have been, kind of keeping up with them. So we asked them why we haven't had any submissions yet. I think there was an expectation with all of the anticipation that we would receive submissions immediately. And the reality is that it's quite a lengthy application as far as all of the materials that they are required to submit to us. Everything that they're being asked for is based on our ordinances, and our ordinance is very comprehensive. So there's a lot of material for them to prepare, and the feedback that we are getting is that they are just taking that long to prepare their materials based on what we asked for. So we do expect to have some submissions within hopefully by the end of the week. We expect to have at least a couple of those 5 submit, but again, that has nothing to do with our process. It has everything to do with their processes on their end. So that is what I can tell you. What we can see on our end is that everything is processing fine. All of the tests, everything that tested prior to that, and the test environments tested fine. We have a couple of things that we'd like to tweak, and there's a couple of things that we'd like to enhance, and we've added some additional language to help make things more clear. I think the concern or the misunderstanding really comes from the fact that we haven't really updated our staff. We made a couple of assumptions that I will say that I would rethink now. One of the assumptions is that all of the people in the workflow were familiar with the software. Many of them had already used it for other applications. We use the same platform for the outdoor dining licensing that we issued during COVID, but it's been a couple of years, and I think some people had just kind of forgotten how that worked. So we need to provide a refresher. So I think what we need to do is, and what we are going to do, is we are going to provide some additional resources to our staff here at the township offices and the other departments that are part of the workflow to explain to them what to expect and what to see and what they're going to get when it comes to their part of the workflow. It just hadn't gotten to that point yet. So I think once there's a better understanding of all the different departments that are in the workflow and reminding them of how they processed the other types of applications, also reminding them that this is a manual process that's just simply being automated, I think that we're not going to have so many misunderstandings. But as far as from the applicants, the external users accessing our system and using the form, I am not aware of any ongoing problems except for one, and we are willing, have offered all of our assistants to work with them. And again, fail-safe is that they also have the paper application that they can use and just do a manual process without doing the electronic one. So that's my report.
Mr. Supervisor. Yes, today at approximately 4 o'clock this afternoon, I went to the clerk's office and asked for a live test. And
Could you say that again? You asked for a what, Ms. Elliott?
a live test of the application process. The test that, there has been 3 tests that were done last week that were through the test portal that I know of. Today I asked if we had used the live system, the same one that the applicants are using, and that had not been done yet. So I requested that that be done, and that was done today. We had to have somebody stay and do some comp overtime because by the time the conversation was over, it was 4:36, and so they stayed and did that. At 5:30, I received a phone call from our IT person saying that from what they could see, it was the payment portion was not functioning, and asked me to if I had received an email notification saying that the township had received payment. This would have been say a 0 function payment or a penny or anything. I had not received that email, so I went and when Clerk Berry, I had mentioned to her when we were here just before the board meeting, and we went into the software and we started pushing some buttons here, and we saw where the test had come into the software, but it's not, there's no tied to any function within the township, and if you don't mind, and Crystal, you're here. If you don't mind, you saw me looking at you. If you don't mind, Assistant Treasurer could come up. Crystal, if you could explain internally when how that works with our BSNA system and how we normally have it now, and then where the brokenness is in the system.
So with most processes like a building permit or that, it goes through BSNA and it automatically goes, the payment processes right live into BSNA. The platform we're using now is completely separate, and it goes to our third-party invoice cloud, which is our credit card processor that we use for BSNA. With the other platform that we're using, it would communicate with Invoice Cloud separately, and we would have to import that information into BSNA. So it appears to be a disconnect between their cannabis licensing platform and Invoice Cloud to get it to there before we can even bring it into the BSNA. So there's not a direct connection with our BSNA software like our other permitting and licensing processes are. So since we're using something different, there's some more workarounds.
And are you able to sign into the Laserfish software? You were not earlier today.
I was having difficulty last week. We got that corrected. I haven't received any notifications of anything coming in for direction to us for the workflow. So if anything has gotten to that point, it hasn't been directed to me.
If this software is not ready and we had to switch to, are you using our BSNA system or just taking paper applications and not using the software until it's ready, what would be the process for payment for both examples?
If we're taking paper applications, we're set up to take payments. We have everything set through BSNA to process the payment, issue a receipt, and that. If we were to switch over to using BSNA, it would be like doing the same thing as building permits or things of that nature, where they would generate their workflow that would create an invoice that's sent to their email. They would click on that link that would send them to a payment portal that would automatically pull into BSNA as a live payment, so it shows it paid automatically instead of having links between. So it's all connected instead of having a disconnect.
Thank you. I just wanted everybody to understand how that works. Thank you.
Trustee DeMay.
Okay, since I'm not here all day long and I don't know the computers, when all this cannabis stuff came up and before it passed to planning, I sat in the supervisor's office with Jonathan, myself, Supervisor Kersten, and council. and we had like 2 paper applications from 2 cities in Oakland County. And it was like 4 pages. That's what they used. I forget the cities. Why don't we just get these paper applications, let these people fill it out, drop it off, they can run down the treasurer's office, write a check, and we're done with it. It sounds like this computer stuff is screwed up. Who are these cannabis business people? We all know I didn't care for them, but I'm just saying, what's wrong with the 4-page application? Hold on, let me finish, Clerk Berry. From what I understand is they gotta have all their licenses stuff before they apply. So they drop off their paper app. As long as it meets all the qualifications on our ordinance, which can be checked by Jonathan down in there, they run down the treasurer's thing, pay it, it's done and over with, and the apps are in. I mean, all this computer stuff keeps getting screwed up. Why don't we go back to simple things? Paper. It works. That's just my 2 cents on it.
I can answer that for you. That option is available. That option is available. They are not forced into using the electronic form. The benefits of it are numerous, which is why the board approved it 7-0, is because there's a lot of, and I can go through them if you want, all the reasons why, but the paper application option is available. And in addition to that, even if we were having an issue, and we don't know yet because we haven't had a submission yet, but if we did and someone wanted to pay online, if there was an issue there, we'll get that addressed. But even if they submitted their application online, they can still come into the treasurer's office and pay in cash or in a check. So that issue there is irrelevant to the processing and access of the form in the application. The applicants have full access to the form, and there have been, with the exception of one, no one who has an issue using it, and that individual who has, or that one applicant who has an issue using the electronic form doesn't have to. They can use a paper copy of that application, which is online. So the question of why can't we just use somebody else's? The reason why we're not using someone else's form, or we wouldn't want to do that, is because our form was specifically designed to address specifically the ordinance provisions that we passed. All the ordinances are different. So our application asks very specific questions related to our ordinance requirements, and in concert with the way that was even created was by consulting with all of the departments that are going to be reviewing the various parts of the application. For example, Public Safety Department, Police and Fire had specific questions they wanted asked on that application in order for them to give an approval. Same thing with planning, same thing with building, quite frankly, same thing with clerks. Now, I can say the items that the clerk's department are going to be reviewing are taken straight out of the provisions out of the ordinance. We ask the questions that exactly mirror what the ordinance requirements are. So, for example, the licensing question, have you received a pre-qualification from the state of Michigan? So that's the question we ask because we have that requirement in the ordinance. So what we will do is when it comes to our section, we will call and do our due diligence to verify all of the information that they provided to us so that we can answer the questions, has this applicant met the requirements of our ordinance in the various areas. So it's the complete application doesn't get sent to everybody, and it shouldn't be, because there are some pieces of information on there that not everyone should have access to. But the planning department will be forwarded their portion, the building department will be forwarded their portion, police, fire, clerk, we're the 5 reviewing departments. So everyone receives their portion of that. The electronic version allows us to do that instantaneously. In a paper version, it'll go through the same process, but we will just do things manually. For example, if we have a paper application that comes in with all the corresponding documentation, we will then make 5 copies. We will redact the information from there that the other departments don't need to have. For example, questions regarding criminal histories and so forth that the police department asked for. We will redact that information and just forward to the departments the information that they need and the questions that they need to answer. Then that will all be done manually. Then we will gather all that information, collect it all manually, put it all back together, and the clerk will do the final review and issue the license, providing that all of those departments gave approval. So that's the process, whether it's done in a manual paper form or whether it's done electronically. The electronic process allows us a couple of very important elements that are very important to me as someone who's been processing licenses for over 10 years. I've been doing liquor licenses and so forth for well over 10 years. One of the things it allows us to do is a complete auditable and tracking element that a manual system wouldn't have. Not that we can't do it, but it wouldn't have that. So for example, if there's a question about an application, where is it at, who has it, what information do they have, we can see who's been in that application, the time and date that they did any activity in there. There's a complete communications log, so anytime anyone has a conversation with anyone, it's detailed in there. Again, we can do these things manually, but the system tracks all of that for us. So there is no question, for example, one of the things we're looking to do this for is certain processes where we get a lot of FOIA requests. Normally now when we get a FOIA request, we have to manually go through, try to contact everyone who may have a piece of that FOIA in order to satisfy it. In this case, if someone were to FOIA, for example, our cannabis applicants, it would appropriately redact the pieces of information that need to be redacted, and we would have one source where we can pull all of those logs to satisfy a FOIA request. It would be much faster, and it would all be done completely independently of any individual. It's done by the system, so there can't be any allegations that someone is providing something and someone is not. So, I mean, there's a reason why all of the communities in Michigan use either this format, either this platform, or they have their own that's been developed by their own internal IT. There is not one community anywhere in the entire state of Michigan who uses BS&A, because BS&A is not meant for this. It's meant for building permits. It's meant for other operational purposes. Nobody uses it for this, and they all use BS&A. Every single one of them uses BS&A for everything else, but they don't use it for this. In addition to that, the challenge with, for example, the BS&A system, and this is something that I plan to brief the board on probably sometime in the next couple of months, is it has an ongoing challenge with its records retention. It has no records retention. When it comes to these applications, we have to treat them differently in terms of retention purposes. Applications that are not approved have to be retained for 1 year. After that period of time, we have to destroy them. Applications that are approved have to be retained for a certain period of time after the license ends up expiring or is revoked or suspended. So there are different rules for that. BS&A does not allow us to differentiate that either. So this system does. This system tracks all of that. So that's why it was chosen. It wasn't just because it was easy. It was because it was the preferred system and the preferred platform of many of our contemporary communities who also have been processing these applications for a very long time. So that is the reason we don't see any functionality problem from the external user. Internally, we had to make some adjustments in the first couple of days, but I believe we're past that now, and I would like to suggest that before we really try to make any decisions about changing something that's only been in effect for 5 business days, that we wait until we have a submission and see how that works. And if there's a need to tweak something, change something, adjust something, obviously we're going to work with our IT vendors to do that and our internal IT as well. And if it continues to just be completely problematic, then we can revisit. Maybe we need to look at something else and maybe talk to some of our other contemporary communities and see how they have chosen to address those issues. Perhaps, I know Jeremy with Porter and Black, I found out he's a code writer. That might be a resource that we could utilize to do as some of the other communities have done and write our own code for it. So that's a possibility. But at this point, we don't see any issues. I don't see any issues on the licensing side to warrant and making any changes. We have a manual process in place if someone wants to take advantage of that. And as far as the electronic one, again, no reports of any problems from end users, and anything internal we can certainly handle within a day or so.
Now, make a couple comments. This is what I know. Through council, we received a letter from a cannabis attorney that is frustrated as to the application not being submitted or being able to submit. So that's the problem that I'm confronted with. That's why it's on the agenda. I'd like to make a suggestion, if I could. If we can move forward with the paper application immediately tomorrow, funnel them through the Building and Planning, Jonathan Palin's office. He can disperse them through BSNA. It's an immediate fix. They already have permitting up and running, and as the paper application comes in, the revenue can be accounted for at Treasury, over the counter, or online through BSNA, and then we will have to continue with the laserfish development. That would be my suggestion, and I think that's the direction we should go.
This process will live in BSNA regardless of whether you take it in the form that Clerk Berry's saying, or if you take a paper. It will live in the BSNA system because that's the system that the departments use to process building applications. And it's my understanding that this will live within the BSNA system regardless. So it doesn't really make any difference which counter those applications come through, or that this credentialing process or any of that, because once it gets to the other departments, and I'm looking at Crystal again, but am I correct that once it gets to ours, it has to be in BSNA? There has to be, yes, and for accounting purposes, accounting has to have it in BSNA. Vicky's here. You have to have it. They have to have it in BSNA because that's where our accounting is done. That is where you know where to move it. That is, so you're not replacing that system. You're only overcomplicating it with the laserfish system. I was in full support of this because of all the reasons that Clerk Berry had said. However, there has been more than one person who had problems. There was another person who was not able to upload. Now, she says that was fixed today, and that's fine. The live test that was done today was not complete, and that was only the first step. So right now with Laserfish, we have step one, which is you have to get credentials. There's nobody, I had to ask IT who had gotten credentials. When I spoke with the original salesperson on this Laserfish software, I had said to them, is it possible for transparency purposes that every elected official, or at least the full-time elected officials, can see who's made applications, so that way from the treasurer's point of view, we would know what to expect. So if there was anything broken, this is a $5,000 non-refundable application. So this is not something that people are going to feel comfortable just being test subjects for, which I completely understand and respect. And so if they're concerned before they hit submit and make that payment, what am I getting what I have expected? And so there's 3 steps. There's the step of credentialing. Then there's the second step, which is the submitting. Then there's the third step where the clerk has to push out notifications to all the department heads. And we had some issues with the credentialing. Those are fixed. Now we did the live test for the submitting, and you were able to get, from what we know, submitting was fine. However, the payment is somewhere in this Laserfish system, but we have to figure out how to connect that to BSNA and to the payment portal. That is where we were at 6:50 tonight. Now, the third step, I don't know if you've done any live testing on that step where you push out notification if any of whether it's the fire department, the police department, or the building department have received any notification. If you've tested that live to say if you push out a notification from the clerk's department to them, are they receiving the documents as they were expecting? And have you done that?
So the answer is we have not had the opportunity to do that because we haven't had all the staff present to do it at one place at one time. However, even if we couldn't do that, we can still do that manually. The clerk's office can still manage all of that. See, all that is really smoke and mirrors. I'll just let you know right now. We can do all of this manually. There's no problem with that. Again, we've been processing licenses since I've been here, I mean, even before me. So all of that doesn't really matter because it can all be done manually anyway, even if we wanted to completely abandon it. The other thing is, there's a couple of points that I want to make here with regards to BS&A. If we want to go and do that, we will be out of compliance and we will have no way to comply with the Michigan Records Retention Policy, which this record belongs to the people of the state of Michigan. Doesn't belong to us, doesn't belong to the applicant. Belongs to the people of the state of Michigan. We will have no way to be compliant with state law when it comes to records retention and BS&A. It's an ongoing problem that we have, and not just with this. This problem has been identified from the start. We have a number of records that are completely out of compliance. I have advised of this, and I keep getting told it doesn't matter because this is how we want to do it. Okay, but understand you're doing it out of compliance, and there's no way for that system to comply. It has no capability to do that, and BS&A has told us this. This is why nobody else uses it for this purpose. However, why add another problem? So now we're going to have another record that doesn't comply and can't. And being the records custodian for the township, I want everyone to understand that if they want to go this route, that you're going to put another record out of compliance. And if we're comfortable being out of compliance with the state of Michigan record retention policy, then that's the case. I will not vote for that. We already have issues in BS&A that have to get fixed to address that problem. And we've been trying to work with them, and they keep telling us it's coming, we're going to fix it, we're going to fix it. We've had nothing but ongoing problems with BS&A for 2 years. But I get it. With new technology, I get it that happens. However, the suppositions, and I've never seen this letter from this attorney, haven't seen it, haven't been advised of that at all. But there is a manual process in place. We could do all of this manually. So if there is a failure somewhere in this system, which is used by the city of Lansing, it's used by Ann Arbor, it's used by many communities that have been doing this very much longer than us. If there's a failure in that, or if there's a failure on IRIT end, we can always fail-safe back to a completely manual system. So it's kind of like when you run out of, when your water stops, you open your tap and there's no water, you get bottled water. There's always a fail-safe there so that you'll always have water. We'll always be able to process these applications. It doesn't require us to scrap everything we have so far, now throw it into a system that's non-compliant without the capability of being compliant.
That's the system you've been using. You haven't used this. This is the first time you rolled out the Laserfish system. So if it's out of non-compliance, then every application that's come into you has been out of non-compliance for, God knows how many years, the 10 years you've been there.
I'm speaking
Cindy,
of BS.
I mean,
I'm speaking of, let me just clarify the question.
Clerk Berry, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. No, that's okay. I'm speaking of BS&A. BS&A is a fantastic workflow system for a lot of things. However, it has a records management, it does not have a records management component. And in order for us to be compliant with the state records retention policies, we have to go in and manually manipulate BS&A. There is no way to do that. It takes hundreds of man-hours to do it, I'm told. So they said, well, we're not going to do that. And I said, well, okay, understand that you're out of compliance. We cannot comply with the state requirements for records retention for certain records in BS&A. With building, it's not so much a problem. The majority of their records are permanent. However, with some of the accounting records, it becomes an issue, and I brought that up considering the fact that the clerk is in fact responsible for accounting functions. I've brought this up. This is a concern. I was vetoed, overridden, and we decided to implement this anyway. And I said, okay, if you're going to implement it, so I mean, I have just as much as Treasurer Elliott does invested in the accounting component. The accounting part is my side, the Treasury side is hers. And I voiced concerns, and I said, okay, how are we going to manage these records that we are creating in BS&A? And we're getting off topic, really, but when we're comparing systems, they're not competing systems, they're complementary systems. And so there is a process for all of these records they should not live in BSNA. That's the biggest problem. They need to live in a records management system. We happen to have, our system is Laserview, so the records need to live there, and BSNA as a workflow needs to pull those records. That way they have a records management component that is compliant with state law, and we get the benefit of the workflow system that BSNA allows. So that's why I will just advise, however the board decides to alter this process, be advised, if we go the route that's being discussed, I'm advising now we will be out of compliance and we will have no way to comply with records management in that case for this, and we do have 2 separate records policies depending on the type of record it is, and then we will need to manage that. So the clerk's office will manage it either way, regardless of where you put it. If you put it in planning or you're putting in building, the clerk will issue the license, revoke, suspend, and so on. So I need to have a system that I can rely on for that. I would rather, quite frankly, stick with a manual system. If it's a choice between BSNA and manual, give me hard copy and let us manage it manually like we do some of our other licenses.
Clerk Berry, with all due respect, I disagree with everything you just said, including to the language of clerk revoking. So with that being said, I just wanted to say
That's what the ordinance says. The ordinance states that.
Trustee Joseph.
When the legislation passed, when the ballot initiative passed, the concern that I had way back then was number of us on this board have people that are in the cannabis industry. The cannabis industry formed a bit of a coalition. They put substantial monies together to partner to bring the ballot initiative forward. When the ballot initiative passed, the coalition started to break apart. You have individual cannabis, that are frustrated with, the ordinance that we passed or the ordinance that we didn't pass or the setbacks. So you see a lot of fragmentation there. And now what you're seeing, and in talking with you earlier, this week and today, you're getting calls that, hey, it feels like my application isn't getting processed at all, and I'm hearing this person's in great shape. I call Clerk Berry. I don't know what they're talking about because everything's going great. I've talked to all and now we have the back and forth that you see with the supervisor, and that's wrong and you're wrong. I would like to, and then if I could, we also had emails to the board claiming that there was sabotage going on, that individual board members were intentionally blockading. And so I think, really, I've talked to you more times than I think I've talked to you in, years over this, because the calls keep coming in, and the system is fine. I can see who's logging in and we'll correct, and then I talk to you, and there's absolutely no truth to that we can't get simple. My proposal, way before we even had an ordinance, Supervisor Kersten and I actually spoke to one another back then, but I called Mr. Siebert, and I said, listen, whatever the regulatory ordinance piece of this had already been written in principle, a bulk of it had already been done, and Mr. Siebert had that, queued up and ready to go when the zoning, came about. But I was concerned then for very similar the things that we're experiencing now, and that is, I'm not alleging any favoritism, I'm not alleging anything, but the appearance grows each day. Each day that we have these conflicts, they grow each day with the belief that the supervisor is, he has his thumb on the scale because he has an agenda, so he roadblocks Clerk Berry. I don't know what it just keeps going round and round like that. I would propose, and I do this in the interest of making sure you're home for your 51st birthday, that we can do both. We can walk and chew gum. We can continue to explore all of the bugs, problems, beta testing, actual testing, live testing with Laserfish. And then for a short period of time, that whatever the board wants to define, I would propose taking the application process completely out of any control over any politician. The application is made on paper. I like Trustee Demink. We make the application on paper, and we give it to our township attorney. The township attorney can go through the packet. He does a very formal checklist. He can distribute it to whatever department needs to do it. This was a contemplated action that I talked to Mr. Siebert about. He said, it's really not that complicated. I beg to differ, because we can see it is quite complicated. But get it out of any potential roadblocks of any kind. We reduce it to paper, send it to the attorney. He can steward and shepherd the application from beginning until end. When all of the documents are in there and satisfactory, it gets sent back to the board with a issue the license. It's good. And now we have no concerns at that point about a lawsuit for record retention, because I'm sure our attorney wouldn't allow us to get into that place. We have no finger on the scale. It's an independent building, planning, they all report to the supervisor. So we will continue to say, this application is this and this application is that. So I would propose, unless we've already talked to the attorney and he's not available to us, and then I would say then we get a different attorney. But we get it out of the politics and no more. We reduce it to paper. We send it out, and we maintain the appearance of no thumb on the scale, no preferential treatment, no nothing. We get it to an unbiased legal counsel to review the process, and we can still pursue the Laserfish. And if in a month, two, whatever, we've worked out to everyone's satisfaction, we return to that system. But right now, we get it out from under any kind of political anything. And I don't know. That would be my suggestion, Mr. Supervisor. I'm curious. I know there's been some. Mr. Siebert has an opinion, and maybe we could get his opinion.
He'd like to speak.
I would. Dave did bring that up, I don't know, 6 months or so, or maybe 8 months ago, before the ordinances were ever adopted. The filing of the paper application is simple. It's no different than filing an application for rezoning or an application for a building permit or any other application with the township. Number one, to send it to my office unnecessarily spends your money on a lawyer to look at an application that your planning and zoning department can look at, that your building department can look at. I'm sure as hell not going to take any money from anybody. For me to look at it and then walk it over, or drive it over here, or have a staff member drive it over here is horribly inefficient. And the application process is not that complicated. It's a matter of giving some documents to the township that are dispersed then to building, to zoning, to police, and to fire. This isn't that hard. This discussion for the last 45 minutes is way overly complicated. Before all the computers came into effect, this would have been done on paper. The only concern I have as your lawyer is that this ordinance was effective August 1. And I received a call from an attorney last week. I just forwarded the email to Brad indicating I got a call from a lawyer. I don't know who he represents, don't care, but that they were having difficulty getting anything processed. And that's a problem, because if it goes into day 5, day 10, day 15, and you have businesses that have a right to submit applications for a license and they can't get it done, you're going to get a simple lawsuit called writ of mandamus, which is a term that's used to compel the performance of a clear legal duty. There is no reason paper applications can't get processed on day 1. For me to do it, and that's just the practical economic impact of it. But I've got a busy law office, and I can't spend all day looking at paper applications that you've got dozens of people in this building that can handle in 5 minutes, and to walk it across the hallway, to give it to building, to give it to Gary DeMaster, to give it to Jonathan Palin, to walk it down, to give it, that makes no sense. And I am not inclined to do that. It's impractical. You're spending too much money on me to do it, and you don't need a lawyer. You got departments that can already handle it.
And I'd follow up with that. There's no reason for this. This is a very simple process. As he said, it can be done, should be done and over with within weeks and days. We've made it way too hard, way too difficult. And yes, I am worried about not being able to take applications on the first. We're already 8 days in and we've got nothing. We spent 6 years debating this and we should have applications walking in over the counter.
Yeah,
We're
well,
unlimited.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Please go ahead.
It is simple. I had this similar conversation with Bob when we talked about it, Mr. Siebert, 6 months ago. And everything that you said is true, except what I told you is exactly what's happening. It will not be simple. It cannot be simple because you have, like just these, it was exactly predicted. And in terms of the cost, there is no cost. The application fee is a $5,000 fee. And so when the city of Detroit issues applications, they do it through independent legal counsel. There is no assertion of anybody's thumb on the scale. And I understand, if you're too busy, I get it. And it's not something you want to do, I get it. All the things that you laid out as to why it should be simple, I agreed with you then. And I told you at that point, it wasn't a matter of whether or not you wrote a very straightforward ordinance. It's in the application. So now what we have are 3 full-time officials with complaints coming from every direction that this person is interfering with my application, that person is interfering with my application. Clerk Berry, when I talked to her, she says, well, how do I have staff in a building with no water, no toilets, and, I can't process these things.
But Dave, the planning and zoning takes complicated rezonings every single day.
They work for the supervisor. All due respect, they work for the supervisor. They take direction from the supervisor, and the complaint.
What does that mean?
It means they're impressionable to the claims that Clerk Berry is making, that you constantly roadblock this process to do exactly what we're doing. Well, that's an opinion. I have one, you have. That's an opinion. I have one, you have one. My solution eliminates all of that. And you direct and weaponize departments all the time. So I don't want to get off track, but that's what's happening here.
But even if I took the application, I'm going to get it on a Monday. Let's assume I got a day I can knock some work out. I sit down, I review the application, I check the boxes, all the information's there. I call Palin, I say, Jonathan, I'm on my way over to hand deliver this to you. Give this part to Gary and building, give this part to fire, give this part to police,
Okay.
and you keep the other one.
It's not workable, I understand. It's not
I mean, what's the difference between that and what you got now? That's my point.
There we go. I'd like to make.
If I could just, I'm sorry, just.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Trustee Osberg, you haven't had a.
Thank you. I had heard that this wasn't working right. So I looked at, then I asked to see a list. Was there somebody who was trying to send money? So in other words, are they finished with the process that they have done they've checked all the boxes and they couldn't send the money?
No.
Right now, it's my understanding, no particular interested applicant has submitted all of the documentations that is required so that they would then feel comfortable paying their money, because once they pay it, as been stated before, it's a non-refundable. I'm sitting here thinking that something's not working right, and then I'm also hearing that, but the other part isn't what we need exactly. I think that we've got the paper process as an option that we can use for someone who is ready to submit everything, and that I think that give it another week. Whatever, if I hear that if I hear from that an applicant is unable to submit all the documents required and is unable to submit payment, then we've got a big problem that needs a special board meeting to make sure we take care of it. But I just think that until we reach that point, I think that the 3 full-time electives, I think you bright people and you got good staff, I think something could be worked out. And maybe it has to include walking paper, has been stated, but I'm kind of frustrated. I understand I appreciate everyone wants us to work right. So that part, we're all in agreement. We want it to work right. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Berry.
Yeah, just, so our biggest challenge with processing paper applications has always been, and one of our frustrations is it's not the problem with them coming in or even us processing them. And Carrie Norberg in our office is the one who does all of our processing of our licensing. She does all of the, and does all the intake, and she does all the routing and all that stuff. The biggest challenge we've always had is, quite frankly, having department heads get back with us to give us their approvals so that we can process them. That's always been the problem. We've always had to kind of chase them down in 3 and 4 requests, and we need you to approve this and so on and so forth. And then we're, I'm just saying that that in all the years that I've been exposed to it, that has been our biggest challenge. So it's not a problem. I mean, we're used to doing this. This is very routine for us. We do it every day. When we get fireworks permits, it's very common. And we do these things all the time. So for us, the routing process is very commonplace. It's everyday business for us. So we have no problem taking a cannabis application is the same as any other one. It's going to go to all the people it needs to go to, and they're going to have whatever they need to make their approval to us. We'll gather that information, and then we'll either issue the license or we'll let them know we need something in addition, and then we'll send them down to the treasurer's office to make payments. So it's just like all of our other ones. We have no problem with that.
Any further comments? Treasurer Elliott?
Just to clarify a couple of things. So the Laserfish system is, and the BSNA system, both software companies said that they're not integrated at this point, but they are looking to integrate, and they both had said they're trying to figure out a way to integrate. So in the Laserfish, currently the process is you do things in BSNA and you pull them over to Laserfish. Because of the record retention issues and concerns, we were looking to take that process and have it come through Laserfish and then pull it over to BSNA. Now the problem is it's just simply not working. And my thought is in regardless, and that's why I say keeps living in BSNA, is because you're going to take and you create this documents in Laserfish, and then the staff has to pull them out of Laserfish and download them into BSNA, rather than pulling them from BSNA and uploading into the Laserfish system. So it's just a reversal of our current processes, and so I don't have a problem. I don't have any particular system that I'm concerned about. I just want something that works. I don't want phone calls, and I don't think those folks who are making the phone calls want to waste their time making these phone calls. And I think my opinion is that if it's not currently working until it's been completely tested in the live matter, is that if you have that option, the credentialing, go ahead and do the credentialing through there and get ready for any future. But if the application, the full application process is not ready, I don't think that should be live on the website. That would be my concern. And so then that leaves you with the only other options, which would be BSNA and paper. Now, why emails are being sent from the dark web in regards to this is silly, but it's what it is in politics. And but the fact is let's get to a system that makes everybody on this board comfortable, is workable by the staff, and makes the applicant comfortable if they applied tomorrow. So if somebody comes in and they're a new applicant, or if they want to submit tomorrow, what is the system that works? And it doesn't matter. I don't see any reason. I agree with the attorney, or I don't care if you drop off the paper application with the clerk and she walks it down to the building department. It still has to go into BSNA. Everything has to live in BSNA at the end of the day, because that's the system that the township works out of. So if that paper application is dropped off at my office, I don't want the paper application, or the clerk's office, or wherever it's dropped off, that still has to be walked down to the building department. Building department still has to upload those documents and still will do their processes through BSNA.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion if we could. I'd like to make a motion that we immediately begin taking applications tomorrow by paper over the counter, continue to work on the online version, and that the planning department become the point of contact for all applications moving forward.
Just a
That-
quick question for our attorney.
Yes.
We already have some applicants that are in the process of utilizing the electronic system. Do I need to tell them not to do that and they have to now go to paper, or can I continue to process those?
Well, that presents a problem. If
Right.
they-
Yeah,
We can continue to process them. We have the ability, and we'll communicate with them just to get it fixed.
right, we have
and
the
move on.
ability. That's the point.
There's five, and
That's the
there's
point.
five,
And they're
I've been
working.
told, that are in the
And,
queue.
and they are liking that. They are having no problems with it, and we are getting nothing but praise, actually, from the ones who have no problem with it. They want to continue doing that, because that's the way they do it in Lansing, that's the way they've done it in a lot of other areas. I just need to know how to proceed.
Comments from the public?
Stavros Toma, 47677 Melrose Drive. I can tell you today when we logged in, that software is supposed to save the work you've done. We logged in today and everything was wiped out. So there's something clearly wrong, and we haven't been able to get to the point to even process a payment. 99% of the communities that we apply in use a paper application. It works just fine. This is an easy application. You guys probably be less than 20 pages with everything.
Thanks, sir.
What day did you submit the original application? Because there was a glitch in the first 2 days.
August 1st, we tried to log in. We had issues logging in. Today, we went back in today, and the system is supposed to be designed to save your work and go back in and keep working. Everything was wiped out.
Thank you, sir. Treasurer Elliott.
Clerk Berry, is there a reason why that would be an issue today? I know that there was the first 2 days, right? We had an issue.
Yep.
But why would that be an issue today?
So the reason why is because these are applicants who started their application within the first couple of days. Then when we made our changes, adjustments, and updates, if they saved it in that other version, that's where it is. But now what they're accessing is the update and the upgrades, and they did all the fixes that they had to do. So anything that they did after that would be in there, but anything they did before those, so in those 2 days, again, it's within those 2 days. So anything they put in that time got taken out of the system because they upgraded. So, and this is when our IT department went to work to fixing the issues they had. When they did that fix, if you did anything prior to that, it took that out and they have to start over now. So anyone started on like the third day after we did that, it's fixed. And our IT department, Paul has actually been in touch with one other who had just put in, I guess, their initial basic contact information and had the same issue. So, but anyone who started after that point, who actually started inputting information after that point, hasn't had any issues. So, anyone who, that started after that point, there's no issues. But it was basically the people in the first 48 hours who ran into some problems.
Okay. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? No action being taken? Item 9, public hearing. There are no public hearings scheduled. Item 10, addendums. There are no addendums. Item 11, public comments. There's a 5-minute time limit. If you would, please state your name. When you speak, the clock will start as you speak.
Stavros Toma, 47677 Melrose Drive. If we can't make payment, how do we process an application?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
If we can't make payment, how do we fully process the application?
I'm going to defer you to Clerk Berry.
Do you want me to answer, or do you want me, I don't want to take up any
Totally
more
up
of
to
his
you.
time.
Yep.
The paper application's available online. You can submit everything in paper if
That
you'd like.
paper application is not sufficient, doesn't have everything that needs to be filled out on there.
Okay. We'll make sure to address that issue with us tomorrow morning. Yep, I took a look at it. It completely mirrors the online app.
Any further comments from the public? This is a public comment section. There's 5 minutes. Clock will begin and you speak.
Joe Kadich, live on Sutton. I got to say, if we take a whole board and probably over an hour to settle an issue like this, which is a minor thing that should have been settled internally, shouldn't even be on this board, I sure as hell worry about what would happen if we had a catastrophe happen in this township and what would happen and how we'd work out of it. Really sad. The other thing I had a couple of comments on, and I wanted clarification. When Attorney General Nullick talked about the temporary sewer line that you ran from the septic tanks from all of the people on 26 Mile Road, initially you said it went down to township property, and I guess I thought there was going to be some type of a French drain or something that's going to get in there. He stated that, whether it's right or not, that basically you just ran it into the ditch that goes along Conley Line Road. Is that right? Is that where all the offal or the polluted stuff that didn't get completely through a septic tank went to? You accepted that? I asked a question about that when it came up. You know, who was going to control that? Because that stuff has to be tested periodically by the people that were responsible for their own septic tank. Now, you've took all of that and just dumped it instead of going into the ground as it normally would on their own property and not percolating, but draining through the ground and filtering through the ground. You brought it all over to Chesterfield Township into a drain and let it run down. That'll go down to the lake. That's irresponsible as hell. And I don't even see how you got the DNR or Eagle to buy off on anything like that. I'd like an answer. Apparently won't get one. The other thing, the water tower discussion. We went through that before, didn't pay out. But the other thing we discussed that probably should have been discussed along with the water tower at the time, we talked about tackling or tying into New Baltimore water system. The thing that shot it down then, there were two things actually. It was too small. And the other thing was there was like a $50 million charge if we bought off and got away from the Detroit water system. Well, since then, I don't know whether they still have that charge, but since then, New Baltimore have upgraded their system substantially. And they probably could, if nothing else, you could tie into it and handle it, you know, for an emergency. Shut off the water if you got a problem coming from Great Lakes and just stop it, tie into New Baltimore and pay them whatever it takes. Mount Clemens is looking for a partner to upgrade their system. Maybe it's to be able to talk to Mount Clemens, say, we'll partner with you, even if it's for just emergency purposes. There are other options out there. The other thing was on the beautification of trees. I wish that some of the people were still here. Trees are a big problem in this township. We seem to go through them like nothing. When you went through and did the Brandenburg Park, put the shoreline in, I bet you took out at least 6 very mature trees just so they could get access to the water, put the stones in. Those trees were probably a good part of the shade that a lot of the park benches and the park tables were under. They all went. The next thing coming, you're looking at, you're having that sidewalk designed to go through that property that, as I said before, it was an acquisition made to try and rectify a mistake, but didn't. So now you're trying to justify that property going back, instead of straight down Jefferson like it should be, you're going to put a sidewalk back through there. If you look at that property, you got about 300 feet of what was Phragmites that you've been trimming back, but beyond that, it's all trees. Now, if you're gonna go through that way, you wanna run it through a forest that doesn't do anything nobody wants, you should have the tree people look at it, give their opinion. Is it worth putting a path through there just to knock down?
Thank you, sir. Time's up. Any further comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. Want to get it in before the 12 o'clock hits here. Happy birthday to Clerk Berry. And I want to thank the fire department, especially Station 2 and 3, for their superb work on the water distribution during our water outage. I am so proud of our men and women for their dedicated work to our residents, delivering water to our seniors at assisted living places, taking care of people with disabilities that don't have the ability to come out and get the water to where it was delivered. Just an outstanding work on our heavy lifters, our men and women in blue, our fire department, our public safety, our police department, with handling traffic going in and out of the fire stations. Just great work. I mean, my hand goes out to them, and I thank them for their work and dedication to our residents. I did reach out to Supervisor Kersten on the morning of the outage. We spoke on the situation. Supervisor Kersten has always taken my call or called me back. I've always taken his call or called him back. Anybody knows I'm one of his biggest critics. Nobody, and I mean nobody, has ever been harder on him than I have been. He did follow the speak-up plan, though, and he got it right. I mean, I criticized him over a year ago for fumbling the ball on the last water crisis. He obviously listened, and you know, he got a team in place, followed the plan, and got it right. Where we disagree is quite evident. We don't, I've said it many times, and I will continue to say this, you know, we're not in great financial shape in this township. We're operating in a negative operating budget deficit of over $4 million plus. At 2 board meetings ago, Supervisor Kersten said that Lisa McLean was working on getting us $9 million to the township. And then at the last township meeting, that number went from $9 million to $4 million. So I was just wondering if you could correct, are we getting a $9 million from Lisa McLean, or are we getting a $4 million? I would really appreciate it. Another thing, and you know, I've always tried to give this board my best advice and my best wisdom. And, you know, I've said this before to you, Supervisor Kersten, and I will continue to say this, that you would be a lot further ahead today if you didn't have Mr. Duchesne there tonight. So he's like the Titanic. Move on, replace him, and get somebody that understands human resources and that will not harass, humiliate, and intimidate our heavy lifters in this township. The other thing that you talked about was the ARPA funds. We've had many, Trustee Joseph brought it up, we were going to have a meeting on the ARPA funds. We need to set that meeting up. That's the residents' money on how they want that money spent. We need to do that before all the money is depleted out of the ARPA funds. So if you could set a date or a public hearing for that, I would really appreciate it. I did notice tonight that when Attorney Ganger-Ellick was up here, there was a different standard used for him as the attorney that I hired along with the residents in my subdivision on that gas station on the corner of Hickey and Gratiot. Mr. Ganialik had an open floor to talk as long as he wanted, and he was not limited on time. I found that unfair when our attorney was limited on time and an extended time was not granted to our attorney. So if we can be consistent with one plan, I would really appreciate it. I found it unfair, and I didn't think it was right that he had an open floor to talk as long as he wanted to and answer the questions. So that gas station on that corner was just as important as the topic tonight on changing that from N1 to M3. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public?
Yes, Mr. Rayner, Jack Grove Lane. You know, I agree the fire department and the township really did respond to the water shortage, and that was very impressive. I thought it was interesting also on the many Chesterfield groups that there were numerous private citizens that were making the same offer to whoever needed water. So it was kind of nice to see the neighborhood step up and be ready to help their next door neighbor or anybody that needed help. And I know we're also kind of, I'm sure I speak for most of you at least, we're really suffering a pretty heavy load of information overload at the moment. This application discussion that went on and on, obviously is very important, there's no question about it. It's important because of all the cannabis companies that are so anxious to get in, and I have no strong opinion for or against, but it seems to me that this discussion really should have taken place previously somewhere else. I know it's something that came up real quickly and all that, but to spend all this time tonight, I don't think really made a whole lot of sense. What really distresses me, and I think I mentioned this before, and we're no different here than school boards, the federal government, I don't know where you look. Whenever we sit down as a group, as citizens trying to address issues in our community or our country, you know, I liken it over and over again to an MMA fight, you know, where no holds barred. You know, we're in two corners. We're there to beat the hell out of each other. There's no compromise. There's no in-between. I mean, I sit and listen to this bannering, and, you know, it really gets very irritating because I see it at every turn. I mean, I wonder what the hell's happening. Excuse my bad language here. It's really quite distressing. I really don't get it. I might mention, however, getting back to my hope to maybe clean up this area, something aside from all these major money issues, which of course are important. I had a nice conversation with Kathy Elliott a while back about the $5 million that Kevin Hertel, our state senator, is giving to us. Actually, he's the head of the Transportation Committee. And we should be able to have quite a bit of money to clean up the Gratiot corridor that was mentioned earlier. I really kind of wonder how many people really care about that, and I hope I'm incorrect in being suspicious of that. The other thing is just, this is a quick aside, but I think it was really great we finally got that sidewalk from the railroad tracks down the road to the main thoroughfare to the small businesses that we have across the western part of Gratiot. The only thing is with the water issue that we had last week, I don't know if anybody noticed, but you know, all of the dirt and everything that had to be dug up to put in the sidewalk, it's all over the sidewalk. I mean, there's mud and dirt from one end to the other. I mean, I'm sure that's not a major issue, but I don't know if anybody's noticed it. You know, it really looks kind of bad. So the only other thing, and I'm going to go back to it, and I'm talking to the Chamber of Commerce about bus service on 23 Mile Road. not only for workers, there are many jobs that are going unfilled because we don't have bus service for our workers that could be working there, but they can't get there because of no bus service. We also have, I find out, a lot of people that live in the apartment buildings along 23 Mile Road that they have to rely on those stupid smart shuttles or whatever, which are very unpredictable. Now, we had service there previously. We still have the pads there. All we have to do is stick the few shelters that are there. And I'm talking to Smart, and I don't know if you're for it or against it. I would expect you would be for it. But I think we're very close to getting bus service on 23. A good part of what we need actually goes through Clinton Township all the way up to the little spur that takes folks to the Amazon warehouse. So a lot of people are looking for work, and it's those cheap jobs that we're offering, and we can only get there on a bus, not in our SUV. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Janice Young, Yorkshire. I just want to touch on that, the water tower. I really hope that you guys aren't even going to consider doing that. $7.5 million and $250,000 every year to maintain it. That's probably just like really the minimum. Even the company that did the study said, at their words, at best, it's a break-even analysis. You know, we're hoping for 25 years for return on investment. I don't think it would even be in 25 years. I do want to circle back to the agenda item being added about the water increase. And when I asked the board how the agenda got amended between Sunday and Tuesday, not one of you said a word, not one. So I looked it up. APO 042018, Section 4, says everything has to be submitted by noon 7 days before the meeting. Section 4.2, no later than 5 days prior, the clerk is supposed to have it available. But yet, less than 48 hours, you guys snuck that in. And then you make a huge deal over this cannabis item, which Supervisor Kersten, you mentioned you added it. You admitted that you added it, but not one of you said a word how you added the water increase in there. And it seems like there had to be some kind of majority vote, whether somebody brings it forward and you guys vote. Which one of you voted for it? All of you? Some of you had to have voted for it to get this on the agenda that fast. You know, I went through the comments on Facebook, and I'm going to tell you some of these are quotes from people. This is about you, the residents that you serve. This is what they say about you. Corrupt. Ignore the true issues of the township. No transparency. All they care about is your tax money. The board is as much a joke as our current federal admin is. I really don't think the Chesterfield board really cares about what we want. That's who voted you in. You know, I don't know if any of you expect to be here in 2024, but it doesn't really look so good. You know, the money that gets spent, you know, you guys spent over $1 million on Brandenburg Park. Can't use that money for the water somewhere to help offset some balance that may or may not be there? I don't know. And now you guys are heading into closed session to talk about spending more ARPA money. We don't even know what it's about. We don't know how much. It's just very vague. You know, the comments, I'm trying to not really be swayed one way or the other. I'm really just trying to learn and understand what goes on in this government. I don't want to put my opinion on things on Facebook. I'm just trying to share information with the residents. And I don't really know where it's going to go. And I just feel like this board is really not receptive to what the residents are wanting. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any further comments?
Christopher Perrick, 33862 Embassy. Ms. Young, your comment about your question during the about the added item on the agenda goes back to my first time coming to a meeting and my opportunity for public comments. I said that some people bring questions up and some people bring comments up, and you call it an opportunity for comments. So there is no obligation for you to answer questions, but I think that people expect answers for those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, it's still before midnight, so happy birthday, Clerk. You know, when we look back at pretty much past couple weeks or month or so within the community, and we take note of everything that has happened, we've gone through several pretty severe storms, one of which produced a funnel cloud over our community. We had a pretty good downpour on a big event, in which case we had emergency services on hand at that event, but they, you have limited manpower being stationed at that event, having to utilize overtime pay for such a notation, while you still have to maintain safety within the entire community as well. We had a water main break, which I will give full credit. The government stepped up pretty well on that and resolved the issue best they could outside of their own parameters. But at the center of all of this is our fire department stepped up every time to do the duty that we asked of the firefighters. And this just goes to show you, this is just the past few weeks that we've dealt with in this community. We don't know what the future is going to deal with. And we still have the same sized fire department per full-time employees that we had when the department went full-time in 2001. And the township is more than 30% larger on a population basis since that point in time, 22 years ago. And it is also more developed, with more neighborhoods, more big box retailers, more development on the way, many new neighborhoods, all these different things are continuously being developed in this township, and we have been stagnant on our fire department. It actually did grow during the aughts, but the recession killed a lot of that growth within public safety. And it really feels like everything has been falling backwards on the fire department. Because even in the past, when we had more paid-on-call firefighters, it was a larger fire department, able to meet the needs of a mid-moderate-sized community. But now, as we continuously grow, we are facing a problem. If you want to make sure we don't have any manpower shortages, any labor shortfalls for the future of our fire department, you should be prioritizing an expansion of the full-time fire department by 6 personnel. This is just to catch up with the population ratio that would have occurred if you kept along the pace of the 2001 standards. This falls well below the NFPA standards of 1.54 firefighters per 1,000 residents. And this would also, but if you actually committed toward just getting that 6 personnel, it would be enough to maintain a well-established fire department within our community. You wouldn't need to rely on part-timers that do not stay long-term. As I've addressed this township board several times before, I have addressed these issues many times before, for almost 2 years. Almost 2 years, and I don't think I've barely ever gotten a response from any of you on this issue. I don't know what it is. Maybe you just don't care. Maybe I'm just the town crank and I don't know what I'm talking about, but I care about everybody in this community. I care about the people who I worked with. I care about you. Because I don't want there to be a situation where there's not enough fire personnel to respond to an emergency you may one day be involved in. You know, when I volunteered for the fire department 5 years ago, I stood at this podium and asked a basic question to the board. I asked how many of you knew, how many of you were trained in CPR? And I didn't get much of a response from that. The reason I asked that is because that is one of the most basic formats of a person actively participating in society, that they are willing to have a bare basic medical training in order to save someone's life, because cardiac issues are the #1 medical issue in our country. And it's the same thing we can ask for everyone in the citizenry. Do you participate in your civic involvement by attending a meeting like this and sitting through 5 hours of whatever we had to deal with tonight. Thank you.
Sir. Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? I'll bring it back up to the board. We have board comments and then a closed session. Trustee Anderson.
Try to keep it short with a, almost ready to say early hour. Some discussion, some remarks about 23 Mile Road and Gratiot and the condition it's in. I know Trustee Joseph had quite a crusade up there with the grocery carts. I think that's one of those engineering nightmares, no matter what's happened. I mean, earlier this week, I saw Mr. Rayner up there near, I believe it was Cotton and Gratiot, cleaning things up there. I don't know how we'll ever stay on top of that one. Perhaps we could will it to a third world country, because that's just a nightmare. It's a lot of traffic, and I don't think we'll ever stay on top of that. Got a 20-year, $14+ million bond issue looking our township in the eye. $1 million worth of repairs for the interceptor that the township gratefully accepted a few months ago. Had a hopefully once in a several decade water emergency this past week that inconvenienced us for a couple days. Had to boil your water. Respond with a $7.5 million water tank. That'll be $250,000 a year to address that. Kind of wonder what the thinking is here. Do want to end things with a little bit positive here. We have the beautification and tree board back up to snuff. We used to have a flag out there, Tree City, USA. A few years ago, it was awarded to Chesterfield, the work that committee did. Springtime, they made arrangements to give out saplings, trees, milkweed seeds for the monarch butterflies and events such as that. I would hope we get back to that. And Mr. Rayner, you made a comment about the water emergency and the kindness that was out there. You go to Facebook and it seems like there's a lot of negative stuff and concerns about fruit markets. But went to some of our sites there, and someone on Jefferson, can you get me water? And the responses were unreal. It went right down. Where are you at? How much you need? It was really gratifying. We do have good people in this community. And with that, I'll wish Clerk Berry a happy birthday. I think, we still have a few minutes left, and I'll end it there.
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just to touch on a couple of quick comments. I agree, Trustee Anderson, the comments on Facebook, they can be kind of rough, and they're really not, I think, representative of the entire community. But we definitely have some problems, and I appreciate, Ms. Young, the comments that you post are really just about trying to get people to come to board meetings. They're really not, as I've said for many board meetings, I can't discern where your political interests lie, because it's really just about making sure people come to meetings and getting informed, and like that's very noble, and I appreciate that, and I hope that you continue to do it. It is frustrating at times. Mr. Kadich, we spent hours upon hours upon hours upon hours in that Water and Sewer Rate Advisory Committee, and obviously things change, but not so dramatically that you would entertain a water tower. I'll come back to that, but we have in our township sufficient engineering and finance people to do a cost-benefit analysis to look at ballpark cost. We didn't need to spend the study. We knew what it was going to say, and when you front-load the engineering fees of 30% and you realize that an engineer is going to be at 1.7 million on the projected 7 million, you can always count on the engineer to advocate for what a great idea it is. So no shocker there. We knew that was coming when it came. The issues that Mr. Wharton raises with the firefighters, and then kind of piggybacking on Mr. Speaker's comments about, I can't even tell you my opinions on how poorly we treat these guys. The negotiation process has been brutal, and I'm going to leave it at that. the disrespect that they've been shown. And I don't know why we still have that negotiation being representing the board still in there. I really don't. But I'm going to leave that a little bit short and come back to some of the things that we closed the board meeting with last go-around. I spent time looking at the meeting, and I went back and looked at the supervisor's comments. You know, he turns his chair, and he chastises me for, you know, as long as he wants to go, and he just keeps going. And he includes things like, you're mean, you know, you're a mean person. And then he raises the previous supervisors, and I don't know how to respond to how I treated Supervisor Lovelock, who left this township in handcuffs. If I was mean to him, wasn't I on the right track? I mean, I don't know where you're comparing yourself to a guy that the FBI takes away in handcuffs, but if I wasn't nice to him to your level, I apologize. With regard to Mr. Accavetti, we had a running joke, and there was a deep personal respect for one another in the sense that he is a family man, a father, a good dad. We have the same core principles, and we never looked at you know, the running joke between Mr. Accavetti and I was he would always reference that cartoon with the wolf and the sheepdog, and they would battle it out throughout their shift, and then the quitting time bell goes off, and they're like, hey Sam, hey Ralph, and their friend. It was not personal, is the point. This gets very personal. This gets very personal, and I don't think it's fair to assert mean without also looking at the antecedent for mean. I personally think it's mean to fire a guy and leave him without health insurance and lie throughout the entire process that it's a HR directed and not me, and your hands are all over it. I think that's mean. I think a guy that's worked for you for 22 years getting a raise and then retracting it because you want to play games with me, I think that's mean. But I don't want to spend all of my time, and I'm not going to do it past tonight, we're done. I am going to provide for you training, and bless you. I'm going to provide for you training and counseling and guidance that doesn't come from me, but it comes from other professional organizations, and I'm going to just rip through a few. But when you ask, why does he propose the water tower? Why does he do this? Why does he do that? I don't think he understands what this job requires. The first thing that we do is we run a board meeting administratively by the rules. The rules change every single board meeting. Sometimes there's round one discussion, sometimes there's round two, sometimes he offers a rebuttal after the end of every speaker. There's no adherence to rules. We do whatever he wants to do whenever he wants to do it. Tonight, Mr. Rayner, I love listening to you speak, but when 3 people got up to speak, there was actually no motion on the floor. There was no agenda item to speak on because the guy running the meeting just, you know, it happens over and over and over again. And when a resident gets up and they're way off track and they're calling names, it's not a violation of the Open Meetings Act to say stay on pace with the agenda item. But that doesn't happen. And so we get these meetings that run off the rails, and then we have censorship issues, and we have constant censorship issues, constant attempts to take away residents' rights to speak. And Mr. Supervisor, you have to know your core function. You can't simply show up and try to mimic what you think other supervisors or other leaders are doing. You become the equivalent of a supervisory cover band. You're not really an authentic supervisor. You're just mimicking what you see in other jurisdictions. And it really, you gotta look at the core, and allowing your residents to speak and taking care of our employees should be the beginning part. And in the last 2 weeks, what we had happen was really tragic. Tragic. I appreciate the firefighters and the passing out of water when we had a water emergency, but who was back at the ranch taking care of the township employees? Clerk Berry's talking about 8/1 was the day she had to take cannabis applications. The employees don't have running water in the building. At some point in the day, she releases in the morning, she's worried about employees that don't have access to hot and cold running water and functioning toilets, and she releases her staff. She instructs her deputy to coordinate a remote work schedule and to stay home. The supervisors at the fire station, he's got his videographer, and he's recording updates on the break. He says in the video, we don't know the extent of this, but we do know for certain it will be a 24-hour interruption. And so we're projecting and stay tuned and blah, blah, blah. Well, that wasn't true. That wasn't true. There were already talks that I was aware of, and I don't have the contacts he has, that there was a redundant water line that was going to come in off of Hall Road, which is exactly what happened, and within 3 hours or so we had running water. But in the meantime, the clerk made a decision to make sure that her people were safe, and she was chastised for that. She was lit up by the deputy supervisor, who made sure she got to know that either he or the supervisor directs workflow. Well, that's improper. It's improper because what you're doing is you're violating OSHA regulations, and you have an unsafe workplace. You can't simply replace a functioning toilet with, we're going to order a porta-john for you, and it'll be here this afternoon. Clerk Berry was right, and I know she's right because I contacted OSHA, and I filed a formal complaint, and I asked them to come in and provide you and your deputy with some training about a safe work environment. Because you can't substitute hot and cold water with soap with, like, I don't know what your plan was. They're going to squirt each other with Febreze, or they get a Lysol wipe. That's not appropriate substitute, and OSHA was very clear on that. Hopefully they provide some training. Secondly, you cannot maintain an official township Facebook page with your discretion as to when to censor comments. You do that repeatedly, and you only accept comments that are favorable to you. And I have an example of that. On the night that we had the terrific downpour, we have what we estimate to be 6 inches of water in roughly a 40-minute period. The pumps could only keep up with 2 inches per hour, so we had massive flooding in the streets. I was on my way home from work, and I was getting calls from residents in the Stonehenge subdivision. Trustee DeMink, one of them was our former board member of yours. Ms. Fitch called me. She says, Dave, are you aware of what's going on? I called you. You said, I'm in the backyard pumping out. I think it's just weather, but I'll check it out. As I'm working my way home, I stopped because every neighborhood was probably the same experience in yours, is that residents were on the corner. There were cars that couldn't get through the street, that the water had gotten so high in the street and in their yards that cars were stalling, and residents the rain had stopped and the residents were out front talking about what's going on. When I found out that the pumps were working fine and they were catching up, what was happening is that the catch basins had been covered with debris. So we just started, just with a shovel or a rake, and you pull the debris out, and you see, it's like you pull the bathtub plug, and the water starts to drain. But as I talked to residents who were experiencing problems with their sump pump that were stressed to the max and they quit, they had basement flooding and they had their garages flooded and so forth, the supervisor and his videographer posted from the Bassmaster a video that said the fireworks is still on, and if you don't get down here, you're missing out. And I thought that was a little bit tone deaf and insensitive because the people that I was working with were just trying to keep water out of their basement. So on the official township page that the supervisor runs with his videographers, I said, it looks like you're having a great time, and I'll try to get down to the park tonight to join you, Mr. Supervisor. But right now, I'm working with my neighbors trying to help clear drains. We're flooded over here. Maybe you can send a couple of those bass boats over to Stonehenge. We'll be pulling trophy fish out of the street very soon. You don't get to censor that, but he did. He removed that comment and he turned comments off. And I'm not here to talk about lessons in Facebook. I'm talking about the First Amendment to the Constitution. And when I contacted the representatives at the ACLU, and I presented the screenshots of the before and after, they say what your supervisor is doing is he's creating a public forum. and a public forum that's designed to interact with residents, you cannot censor. It is an act of censorship. So hopefully by the time the OSHA people leave, the ACLU people will leave, and you will draft a policy that recognizes you are not the king of this township, and you cannot censor a public forum. You can talk to our attorney, you can hear directly from him. What you're doing is a violation of the residents' First Amendment rights. The last thing I want to talk to you about is when Clerk Berry made the appropriate decision to keep her people safe. The following day, her clerk was chastised in a staff meeting. And during the discussion, she was asked, who gave you authority to do that? And she said, I was following a directive from my boss. And I wasn't in the room, so I don't want to speculate on the verbatim account, but what is not in dispute, because Treasurer Elliott was there, and she was equally as appalled, is our HR director launches into a bizarre metaphor, simile, I don't know what you call it, but talking to the employee about whether or not, if they were in a Holocaust, Nazi Germany situation, would they follow their boss's directive? That in essence there was a Holocaust, grotesque Holocaust metaphor used to discipline an employee, chastise an employee in front of her peers and her subordinates. That just hurts you right in the heart. And Mr. Supervisor, is that mean? Do you think that's mean? Because I do. And where does this individual go when the HR director is making Holocaust, flippant Holocaust metaphors? So I don't know. In this township, there's a lot of things that just strike me as very archaic and inappropriate. And I know we're not the most culturally diverse program going, but this one struck me as like particularly difficult. And so to check my reality, I just called the Anti-Defamation League. And I asked the Anti-Defamation League representative that I spoke to, is this like, am I wrong, or is this wildly inappropriate? And the individual that I talked to is the Associate Regional Director for the Anti-Defamation League. And the first thing she asked me was, were you present? And I said, no, I wasn't present, so I can't attest to exactly what was said, but I'm confident that there was a Holocaust reference complete with SS and all of that. And she said, you don't doubt that it occurred, and I don't. I talked to Treasurer Elliott, and she was present. Clerk Berry has investigated this. She's confident that the conversation happened. And the representative said to me, no, you're not wrong, that is horribly offensive. And that she talked about anti-Semitism being up across the state and the country by 40%. And when HR directors are flippantly referring to the Holocaust in a discipline matter, that doesn't help us. And I said, well, what can we do? Because I really think that I weep for our community with a supervisor and a director like this. He was present. Mr. Supervisor, you were present when this meeting occurred. And to allow that to go on is really an indication that we need some help. And so hopefully we can sit down with the people from OSHA, make our workplace safe. We can sit down with the people from the ACLU, and you can learn about the Constitution and the First Amendment. We could sit down with the Anti-Defamation League. They have a team. They call it an incident response team, some attorneys and some officials with their group. They'd like to come in and train our staff and maybe help out and understand what they have in their presentation. They call a state of hate, a presentation to address these types of anti-Semitic and horribly inappropriate comments. Hopefully we can educate our leaders and we can get some relief to the employees who continue to be subjected to this nonsense. And again, I won't trouble you, as you indicated in the text message to me. I know that I am, to you, quite irrelevant. but I'm not irrelevant to the people that put me on this board, and I will advocate for their right to speak at meetings, and I will advocate for the employees in these horrific conditions where they're forced to work in unsanitary conditions while you shoot videos, and it's just wildly inappropriate. I'll close also with the hope that we do get to the bottom of the Bassmaster, and we can do an after event analysis and understand how we could maybe better spend our limited event resource money. I want to thank the people that stayed tonight. You're a Parks and Rec member or a beautification member, and you stayed. And as I said to the new Parks and Rec, I'm worried about you because the fact that you're here till after midnight makes me think that you might be more involved, and I encourage that. But I'm warning you, it's a difficult thing to get into because it's tough. So thank you to the firefighters again, and thank you to the township employees who really bailed out the Bassmaster tournament and worked your guts out there. I'm sorry, and I know I've gone on too long already, but I wanted to close with something that also bothered me, and that was how our police and fire were treated by another one of our special employees, one that works very closely with the supervisor and can do no wrong. But cussing out police officers and dressing down firefighters, directing them and their deployment is really not appropriate. The Fraternal Order of Police sends emails if you subscribe to their site. They send out end of watch notifications. It's really sad, but you get updated on the amount of officers that have lost their lives in the line of duty. They call it an end of watch, and so there's a particularly high uptick in the end of watch incidences, and hundreds of officers lost their lives protecting their citizens last year. The FOP keeps track of every one of them, and they also publish articles talking about the dire shortage of police officers in this state and in this country, and the culture is not very nice to police officers. I did notice that there are no articles and no documentation about a dire shortage of HR directors or F&O directors, and they shouldn't be put in above our police officers and allowed to talk to our police officers and employees the way that they do. And I hope, Mr. Supervisor, you correct that very soon. Thank you.
30 seconds, real quick. Thanks to everyone from the township who helped up with the Bassmaster tournament. It was a great event. I thought it was great down there. Thanks to DPW for the work on the water main disaster last week. I know it was a lot. You guys did a great job. Also wanted to put a thank you to Karen for helping out a resident today with a major issue. The issue could not have been handled or addressed with all your help, so thank you very much, and thank you from that resident. And Clerk Berry, happy 50th birthday. Just remember, after 50, it's all downhill. I will tell you that for sure.
Thank you. Kind of repeating here, but thanks to the residents who volunteered for the Parks and Rec and the Beautification Commission. It's very great to see people that want to make a difference and people who do step up and make a difference. So I appreciate that. And also, again, another thank you to the employees who have been continue to serve our community in a variety of ways. And you know the many ways you've, especially in the last 2 weeks, had to step up. Thank you. And happy birthday, Clerk Berry. And last one is this coming weekend at the Historic Village is the Vietnam Reenactors on Saturday from 10 to 4 and Sunday 10 to 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I want to address just one basic comment was about our deliberation tonight that you guys watched through. And that's actually, this is a business meeting held in public. And the fact is rather than having miscommunication all over in the public and amongst the board members, it's actually healthy for us to have dialogue here at the board in front of you so that you can see exactly what we do. And the fact that we are talking about, say, the software and what's working and what's not working helps you to understand that we do have some understanding. I believe that It was a good conversation, and I'm assured that Clerk Berry is going to make, as she said, she's going to make some changes to the updates to the to the paper application. We'll continue to work on the Laserfish software and get that right and get the process straightened out and make it so that it works a lot better. We've had Laserfish, as she said, for a long time. However, it has not been utilized, and we're hoping that this process will get that utilized more appropriately and better. With that being said, I don't want to say much else other than happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much to everybody who made my day really, really wonderful. I have to call it, my staff was just did some outstanding stuff. Some of their work is there in the back, and they were really amazing. And I want to thank them. I want to thank my fellow board members for all of your birthday wishes and everyone else who went out of their way to make this day special. So I really appreciate it. As for me, I made a couple of no votes today, or minority votes. It's been more than I've made in a long time. Any questions that anyone ever has about why I vote the way that I do, please feel free to contact me, reach out to me. I always have a reason why I vote how I do. I vote policy, not politics. I always have been that way. And so there's reasons why I voted the way I did. One of the ones that's probably the most baffling is, why would I take a vote that could potentially be politically harmful to me, and that is what may be perceived as voting for a pay raise. That's not the reason for my no vote. My reason for my no vote is that it wasn't based in any type of policy reason. There's no policy behind that, and I didn't like the fact that they were put together, because quite frankly, if we're going to cancel pay raises for this year and next year, and well, let's just get rid of the APO. I mean, that would be my solution. Let's eliminate that APO so that we don't have to keep doing that and pandering and all this other kind of stuff. So as far as I'm concerned, it's like, fix the problem. That was a symptom, but we've got the problem that we still hanging out there. So that would have been my preferred avenue. So that's just a reason for my no vote on that. But there's a way that I think about these things, and I'd be happy to share that with anybody. How I work as an administrator in the clerk's office is the same way that I've done it for 10 years. I will follow the law, and I will follow and adhere to best practices. That's how we do things. My staff is very, very aware of that, and they've been trained that way. We don't deviate from that. We don't deviate from best practices, and if we can help it, and we absolutely never deviate from the law. So in our field, particularly clerks, are very, very heavily reliant upon that for everything that we do, and so that is how we adhere to it. Sometimes that is inconvenient for people. Sometimes they don't want to do those things, more on the best practice end of it, not so much on the legal end, but that happens too. And sometimes it's members of the public. Sometimes members of the public who do want to do business with the township will make very inappropriate requests to us. It's happened, not a lot, but from time to time through the years. And when that occurs, we say no. I mean, it's just simply that. We don't entertain inappropriate requests from the public or from anyone inside the township. So we do the best that we can to assist everyone as much as we possibly can. My staff just bends over backwards in many cases to try to accommodate where we can, and we will continue to do that. But we will not deviate from the law, and we will not deviate from best practices if we can help that. So that's kind of how things go. But we do sometimes have to deal with some of those issues. So we're very comfortable doing that. If there is ever any question as to why the clerk's office functions the way that it does, I can almost always refer you to some state statute, or I can refer you to some best practice that's been advised by our professional associations. I'm a certified municipal clerk. Deputy Clerk Niza will be receiving her professional certification. We had 3 certified election administrators, so we are used to the requirements and being tested on a regular basis. So I just wanted to let everyone know that, so that you have some sense of confidence that, that our clerk's department runs very, very well, and that we do adhere to those principles. Again, thank you again for the birthday wishes, and sorry for the late night. Thanks.
Real quick, Trustee Joseph, your comments, there's absolutely zero truth in what you say, and I won't even dignify a response to your comments. Number two, there's an emergency operations plan within this agenda that we just approved tonight. I suggest that you sit down and read it, and you would understand why employees weren't sent home and why this building becomes operational. The first form of government in an emergency is that it continues to function. Maybe you should invest some time in understanding that plan. You should also understand the authorities of the supervisor over personnel and how they're assigned, and labor agreements. Mr. Kadich, you spoke to a couple issues. There are separate earmarks, community dollars that came back from Lisa McLean. One of them is $4 million for the main pump station. The other one's a 9.2 yet to be received, still in discussion. And then there's another $5 million that came from the state, from Senator Hertel's office. So the $4 million we have already received, and that's what's funding the repairs on the Domingue pump station. You also mentioned the 26-mile road ascension. We have no say in that. That was permitted by Eagle, and that was the impetus of the start of the discussion for a sewer up to their property. Yes, they are discharging into the county drain through a forced main along 26-mile road. That was why I said we can't allow that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. We have a closed session meeting tonight that's scheduled. I'll take a motion to enter into closed session. Motion to enter. Clerk Berry.
Motion to enter closed session at
Support.
12:22.
For consideration and release of real property and item 13A, I believe it is. Item 13B, I'm sorry.
That's correct.
Motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Clerk Berry, call the roll. Motion to return to open session. Trustee Demink. Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Demink. Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
We are open session at 12:56. Action item of regular agenda item 8B. Clerk Berry. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Ratification of the 2023 through 2025 labor agreement with the Government Employees Labor Council, GELC Management Group, formerly AFSCME number 1917, representing department heads, assistant department heads, and coordinators, tentatively ratified by the union on July 13th, 2023.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there support?
Support.
Trustee Vosberg. Comments from our Clerk Berry?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. I'm sorry.
I'm confused. Was Clerk Berry called upon to speak on the agenda item, or?
Her mic was on. I thought
Yeah,
she
that's
would
what I
get
thought,
that
too.
item.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't,
Comments from the board?
thank you. I won't belabor it. I think that this contract is unfair, just putting it mildly. I believe it's unfair, and it rewards people at the very top, and it creates, in my opinion, a great disparity between the top of a department and the people at the bottom of the pay scale in that same department. In this particular case, we have in one department an individual who will receive a pay increase almost 20% from the current cap to the proposed cap, and that, just rough math, represents approximately 40%. Just the pay raise alone for the top tier represents almost 50% of the annual base salary for an individual at the bottom tier. And I think that disparity is inappropriate, and I don't know of any township employee that we can go from one contract to the next with a 20% max cap. And we now have, I believe, with the approval of this contract, we now have like 6 new individuals that make 6 figures. And I don't know how we can sustain this, and there was no, other than a discussion about mutually agreed upon pay rates, that we have any comparables from other communities. There's something that is alive and well in other contract negotiations, particularly police and fire. It's an automatic that you would have comparables from other communities, and like-sized communities. There was no presentation that any of that was done. This was just the representative from the board appointed by the supervisor. There was no interaction with the board in terms of what it is that we wanted to see accomplished in the contract. This was unilaterally done, and we have, I think, an end product where you reward those who have been consistently loyal and follow the directive to a T of the supervisor, getting 20% raises, and the steerage class, getting nothing. And I can't support this contract, and I'll be a no vote.
Thank you. Any further comments? Any further comments? Comments from the public?
John Speaker, 53978 Connor Drive, 12:59 a.m. You know what? I agree with Trustee Joseph 100%. I couldn't support a contract like that. I don't understand how anybody on this board could support a contract like that. We're gonna reward the people at the top that the supervisor wants, that are loyal to him, and we're going to forget about our heavy lifters that do all the work in this township? No, that's not right. That is absolutely wrong. Again, you guys need to start thinking, not following his direction and doing what's right for the residents. This is a bad contract, okay? You don't even have the contract in front of you to where you can read it, and you're voting on it. We discussed that tonight. How do you go about voting on something when you don't even have all the details to something? I mean, come on. You guys wouldn't buy a house without knowing what your mortgage rate is. You wouldn't buy a car without knowing what your payment's going to be and what your rate is. But yet you're going to support a contract that the supervisor wants because he's going to reward his loyal people at the top that, you know, follow, and they're yes people. Come on. I wouldn't want yes people. I'd want people under me that are going to challenge me and tell me when I'm wrong. I don't want yes people, and you guys shouldn't want yes people either. That's exactly what you're doing. You're rubber stamping what he wants. Start thinking, start working for the residents, and vote no on this. This is a bad contract for a select few. Yeah, a select few are going to get 20% plus raises, and then the rest of the employees are going to get 3 and 4%. You think that's fair? That's not fair. You want to talk about animosity? That's a hell of a way to cause nothing but internal animosity in this township. Start doing your job and start working for the residents and start using what's between both your ears, your brain, and start thinking on your own and quit following what the supervisor wants. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 8B. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Demink. Aye. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, no.
Item 13A. I would ask for a motion to allow the supervisor to continue discussions on the purchase or lease of real property as discussed in closed session. And obviously, whatever is discussed will be represented back to the board.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry. Comments from the board? Comments from the public? Seeing no comments. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to adjourn at 1:03.
Second.
Supported by Clerk Berry. Meeting's adjourned.
We got to call the roll.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Or just all ayes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?